Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Kobe and this is Kaetech Digital. Now in this video, I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this amazing WordPress church website over here. So I'm going to introduce this church website to you and then we'll go ahead to create it together. So this is a a church website called the Grace Rich Church. Now this is how it looks like, and everything over here was created using WordPress Elementor and some few other plugins to make this website come to life. So I'm going to take you through how the website looks like, and if you are interested, go ahead to follow this tutorial and then we'll be able to create it together. Now this is how the website looks like. This is the home page. As you can see over here, we have the header over here, and then as you scroll, there's a sticky header which changes color also over here. Now we have the the menus also on top over here. We have the header menu over here, the logo right in the middle over here, and then we also have a button also over here. Now when you come to the next stage, we have what we call the hero section over here. So as you can see, I'll show you how you can be able to create this beautiful hero section over here. And when you come over here, you also have the about us section also over here, which display a little bit of the church that we are going to create their website for. And then when you come here, we have the service times section also over here. It talks about some of the the times that we worship in this particular church over here. I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this nicely for your website. Then this slider over here is also the sermon section. Okay, so as you can see, we have a carousel over here which displays some of the recent sermons done by the church. And then when you scroll down, we have what we call the ministry section also over here. So I'll show you how you can be able to display some of your ministries. We have the children's ministry, the fellowship, youth fellowship, women's ministry, which is the women of faith, and then we also have the worship ministry, and then the men's ministry, which we did not showcase over here. So I'll show you how you can be able to showcase some of your ministries on the home page also over here. Now the next one is event. Okay, so every church organizes events and other stuff. I'll show you how you can be able to create nice event pages, have some loop grades and other stuff to show your events also on the website. So this is how it looks like. And then when you come down, we have this last section over here, which is a call to action, calling all sort of people to come and worship with Grace Rich. And then we also have the last part of it, which is the footer, which runs through all the parts of the website. So as you can see, the header and the footer runs through all parts of the website. Now on the footer, we have the about, we have sermons, we have ministries, we have events, and then we have contact. And then also we have our ministries over here, which lists all the single ministry pages also over here, and then some quick links also over here. Now one thing about this website is most of the things are created using Elementor Pro. Okay, because we're going to use ACF, and then also we will use Elementor Pro, and then we're going to use dynamic tags to be able to make this website a custom website. It's not your regular theme that you're going to just import and then do all those kind of things. No, but it's a church website that most of the things are custom made. Okay, so especially the sermons pages and sermon archive page, which we made it ourselves, displaying all the sermons that we have over here. And then the sermon grade itself. Okay, as you can see over here, this is kind of like a loop grid. Okay, this is a loop item that we created it ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to create your own loop item over here for the sermon. And then when you click on watch or listen to some of the sermons over here, you're going to see that we have a special custom made sermon page. Okay, single sermon page over here. Now this one displays the title of the sermon, and then also at the background you can see the featured image of that particular sermon. And then over here you're going to see the preacher, the minutes, of the sermon, and then also the category of that particular sermon. And then you have some sermon outline or quick details about the sermon, and then you can have a video over here which you can be able to display if it is a video sermon. And then there is a share buttons over here. You can share the sermon, and then if you want to watch more sermons, you can have a lot of different sermons also over here to be able to watch. Okay, so basically this is how the single sermon page looks like. Now we also have the same idea for the events. Okay, single events also pages. Okay, so if you go to the event pages over here, this is how the event archive page looks like. Okay, now if you click on one event over here, you're gonna see that there is a single event page specially designed to showcase all events, the single event. Okay, so you're gonna see that we have this featured image over here. We have the event title over here, a little bit of the event description over here, and then also share event also over here. And then we have the event details, which will talk about the date, the time, and then the location. And then if there is a register over here, you're going to see that you can be able to click to register now over here. And then we also have the main description of the event, the event speakers. You're going to see them also over here, and then you can click over here to register as well. And then we also have this particular one, which is a map leading you to the place of the event. And then we have related events also over here. Okay, so basically this is the single event page also over here. So this one is used to showcase all single events for all the events that you create over here. Now these are all these are all created using Elementor theme builder. Okay, so sorry, that is why we need the Elementor Pro to be able to create this one. But I'll show you how you can be able to get Elementor Pro if you are using it just specifically for training and other stuff. Okay, so you comment below if you want Elementor Pro. I'll give you where you can be able to get Elementor Pro that you can be able to use to learn, and then when you're ready, you go ahead to purchase Elementor Pro. Now if you come over here we also have the contact also over here, and then the ministries. Let's look at the single ministries also page. Okay, so these are all the ministries that we have. Okay, so if I want to go to maybe children's ministry, if I click on it, I'm going to see all the ministries, every detail about the children's ministries, also children ministry also over here. Okay, now one thing about this particular website is it's have over 15 pages. Okay, so over 15 pages that we created everything from scratch. Okay, so it's going to be a very long tutorial, but I trust you follow along as as simple, and then we can be able to build this website together. Now aside the ministries, the single ministries, we also have plan a visit page. Okay, so you can plan a visit to to the church. Here it gives you the details about the church activities and what they are doing and all those kind of stuff. You can be able to plan your visit and then go ahead and then visit the church. And then we also have give. So if you want to integrate giving or donation into your website, now we have done it over here. As you can see, you can be able to go ahead to donate, okay, to help a cause that the church is running. It could be maybe just donating or giving to support the church or anything, and that is basically about what they're giving. And then we have prayer request page also for people to also request prayers, so you can be able to request a prayer also over here. And then also there is join us, which is basically the contact us page. Okay, so over here you're gonna see the contact page. You see the church details and other stuff also over here. So this is a very big church website, and it can be used for any church. Okay, any church that you are planning to create a website for. Okay, now this particular whole website has been bundled in a template, and if you can't follow the tutorial and you cannot be able to just follow along, and you want just the template to modify it, or just change some few words over here to make it your own church, you can go ahead and go to the link I will provide in the description. Go to just templateseller.com, go over there, and then you can be able to get the template from that particular place. Okay, so if you go over here to templateseller.com, scroll down, and you're going to see the church website template. Now we have other church website template over here, but just look for the Grace Rich. Okay, Grace Rich Church, and then you can be able to go ahead and then see the details of that particular church. See the details over here, and as you can see, all the details and other stuff. You see the tech stack, how built for easy customization, dynamic content with ACF, and a whole lot of things over here. So you just go ahead and then click on add to cart to just get this particular theme and then use it for your website. Okay, so that is with this one. Now in the next tutorial, I'll show you how you can be able to import this particular template and then on a brand new website, and then you can be able to have a completely new website for yourself. Alright guys, so in this part of the tutorial, what we're going to do is we're going to import this whole template over here. Okay, so for those of you who cannot follow the tutorial and then you just want the template to and then start designing your website quickly, now I'm going to show you how you can be able to do that. So what we are going to do is we're going to go to this website. I'll put the link in the description for you, templateseller.com. Now go over here and then get the template from this side. Okay, so this is the template over here. You can be able to get this whole template over here. All right, so once you are done, now get a new WordPress installation. As you can see, this is a very new WordPress installation over here. There is nothing on it. This is just new WordPress installation. Now what I have done over here is just to install two plugins. Okay, so just two plugins that I have installed. I've installed Elementor and then Elementor Pro. Okay, because we're going to use Elementor Pro for the website. So get Elementor Pro and then install it, and then also install Elementor, but first install Elementor first, and after that you install your Elementor Pro. Okay, so this is what I have really done, nothing else. Now after that we're going to go ahead and then go to appearance over here, go to themes, and then we are going to install the theme that this template is built on. Okay, so click on add theme over here, and then we're going to search for the Kadence theme. Okay, so scroll through and then look for Kadence theme, or over here you can just type Kadence over here. All right, so once you find this one, you're gonna click on install over here. When you install the theme, do not activate it. Okay, so do not activate it, and that is it. Do not activate it. So just install it without activating it. So after that you are done. Now click on upload theme again, because this is where we're going to upload the theme that we bought on templateseller.com. Okay, the theme that we got on templateseller.com. So click over here and then locate where your theme is. Okay, so I'm going to just locate where my theme is. So this is my theme over here. Okay, this particular one over here. So this one over here is my child theme. I'm just going to click on open over here, click on install, and as you can see, I've installed the theme, but I have to activate the theme. So this time around we will activate this one because we want to use this one over here. So as you can see, the parent theme is the Kadence theme, so make sure that you have it installed without activating it, and then you activate the child theme that you got from templateseller.com, and then you activate it. So install and activate it, and now as you can see, we have the theme over here. This is the theme that we are dealing with. Okay, so now that we have this theme, all what we need to do is to click on this button, which is install AI starter template. Okay, so we're gonna click on it, and as you can see, it will bring us to this particular page over here, and this is Template Seller, where we bought the theme from. We're gonna click on it, and we're going to have this this theme showing to us, or this template showing to us. What we are going to do is we want to import the template. Okay, so what we are going to do is to click on it over here, and then click on finish and launch, and click on start import. So it will install and activate all the plugins that we're going to use for the website for us, and then we are good to go. Import all the template and other stuff also for us, and we are good to go. All right, so our theme has been successfully installed. Okay, installed for us, so we can go ahead to see our site, or we can go ahead to see all the pages that was created for us. Now I'm going to click over here, and this is the website that we are building on. I'm going to just click on refresh over here to refresh the page to see if our new theme is done. So as you can see, our website is complete over here, and everything is what is done for us. So we don't have any theme of we don't have any thing over here. Okay, so we can go ahead and then fix these spaces over here where our events are and where our our sermons are. Okay, so we have to quickly fix all those places. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check and see if all the pages and all the other stuff also came. So what I'll do is I'll go back over here and click on go to pages, and then to see if all the other pages came. So as you can see, all the pages came. Okay, all the pages came over here, and everything is what fully done. About 21 pages over here, and about 18 pages published. Okay, so 3 are not published because of this. So about 18 pages, all of them are what are working perfectly fine. So if you notice over here, we have events, we have sermons also over here, and then we have the ACF. This is the ACF which we use in creating the post types and then the field groups. Okay, so and that gave us the events and then the sermons over here. So if you go to all sermons or all events, you're gonna see that we don't have any event over here. And if you go to all sermons, you see that we don't have any sermons also over here. So what we are going to do is we have to create our own sermon, otherwise we will not get anything that will appear over here. Okay, and that is it. So first of all, you have to create your sermon, and then you have to also create what your event. Now let me look at the old sermons over here, and I'm just going to pick one, and then we use it to create one sermon for us. So let's look at this particular one, which says grace transformed us, or grace transforms. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and then click on watch over here, just copy the heading over here, and then I'm going to go ahead and come over here, click on add new sermon. I want to show you how the sermon side and other stuff will come. So when you click on add new sermon, you're going to see that you're going to see this particular side, which is the meta boxes. Okay, this display all the meta fields or the group meta field groups that you created. Okay, we created using the ACF. So just click over here to close it, and then you will have your title over here, and then inside the title, after the title, we're going to have our description or sermon outline also over here. So I will just copy this one over here. I'm going to copy this one, come over here and put in the sermon outline over here. Now I can go ahead and then open the meta box. So I'm going to click over here to open the meta boxes, and then fill in this sermon fields over here. So I'm going to go over here, and then we have the reverend name, which is Reverend Daniel Mensah. I'm going to just put in the speaker or the pastor over here. The sermon summary, okay, which is also needed in some way. So what I'm going to do is, you don't see the sermon summary over here, but if I go back over here, you're going to see that this is the sermon summary. So I'm going to come over here and paste it over here. Now the sermon date, I can choose any date that I want. So let's say last Sunday, and then duration also I can say maybe 1 hour. Okay, 1 hour. And then featured Bible verse, I can just put in any Bible verse that I'll pick. So let's say maybe Psalm 23 or Psalm 24. Okay, and then you can put in YouTube video link also over there. So if you look at this one, there is a video link which is I placed over here. So I can just copy this video URL, come over here and then paste it over here. You can add audio, you can add sermon notes, all of them. You can be able to add them for your church members to download it. And then when you go to this site also, which is where you're going to see your sermon and then the blogs and other stuff. Now click on the sermon and add your featured image. Okay, so I'm going to add some featured image over here. I'm going to use some of the images over here, so like this particular one over here, and add it over here. And then when I go down sermon category over here, I can click over here to add my own category. Okay, so what is the category of this sermon? It says what? Faith and spiritual growth. Okay, so I'm just going to pick this one, faith and spiritual growth. And after that, I'm going to click on publish to publish it. Okay, I'm going to click on publish to publish it. All right, so we've published it. Now let's go to the website again, refresh the website to see if our sermon appears over here. Okay, so as you can see, that is it. Okay, now our sermon appears. Okay, so now we can go ahead and click on watch sermon, and we have a sermon page showing over here. So you see, this sermon page is not showing the way we want it. Okay, so we have to fix this one also. So it's very simple to fix. You see, this is the main sermon page over here, and look at how this one shows. Okay, it means that something is not working well, so we have to fix it. So we have to go over here to Elementor, go to theme builder. Okay, make sure that the page that is supposed to show sermon is what is showing over there. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're going to look for a single post type. Okay, so single post type, and let's see if we see the sermon page over here. So this is a sermon single post type over here. So let's click on edit. All right, so we're going to close this one and then make sure that everything works fine. So I'm going to go over here and then go to display options, and as you can see, it's supposed to display all the sermons. So I don't know why it's not displaying, because the display conditions, everything is all right. I'm just going to click on save again, because it's supposed to give me the sermon. But let me go over here again and refresh it again, once again, and as you can see, now everything works perfect. I didn't even do anything. I just went to the place and then just click over here, clicked over here, and then click on display conditions over here, and then just saved it again, and now everything works perfectly fine. So now as you can see, our sermon page, our single sermon page is working perfectly fine. Okay, so now everything is working perfectly fine. We can do same for events, okay, because we don't have any event page. So if you go to the sermons page over here, I'm going to see that we have one sermon over here. Now if I go to event page, it's going to show me that there is no event. Okay, so no event over here. As you can see, there is no event over here. But if I go ahead to create an event, okay, so let me just click over here and click on theme, exit to theme builder, and then we're going to close the theme builder. Okay, so let me go ahead and close the theme builder. All right, so if I go ahead over here and then go to event over here and then click on add new event, we can easily add an event also over there. Okay, so basically that is it. So the same way, I'll close the meta boxes and then event name. So let me go over here and then see the event which is there. So we have prayer and then worship or youth conference. So let me use this one, which is what? Youth conference. So I'm going to say youth conference, and we have some description which we can use. So let me open it up and then see how the description is. So this is the event description over here. So we can copy this one, come over here and put it over here. Now let's go ahead and open the meta boxes over here. We can set event date. So we say maybe let's set it to February. Okay, so let's say February what date? So maybe February 14th. Okay, and then end date, which is going to be the same date, also February 14th. Okay, so event summary, you can put event summary over there. So this is the summary over here. So I'm just going to copy it, come over here, paste it over here. Okay, so event time, you can put the time over here. So I'm going to say 6 p.m. The location, I'm going to say Accra. Okay, and then the map also, you can put in your location over here. Now forget about this one which says it's not responding or whatever it is, not loading. Just ignore it. Okay, and then come over here, you can set your event image. So we're gonna go over here and then set an image for the event. So what we're going to use it, we're going to use this one over here, and we set the event name. Now choose the event category type or the event type over here. So we say youth conference. Okay, and then is it going to be a registered event, or will people have to register? You can click over here and then it will show you the registration link over here, and then you can be able to go ahead and register. Of course, if there is no registration, just take this one. And then the speakers, so who will be the speakers? So who are going to be the speakers? You can write your speakers over here. So these are going to be my speakers, so I'm going to put them over here. And then also we go to this side, which is the right hand side. We click on event over here. We set a featured image for the event, so the same image over here. And then we scroll down, we have add event type, and as you can see, we chose what youth conference. So we're gonna just type in youth conference over here, and we click on add event type. Okay, and then we are good to go. So once it is done, we just click on publish over here, click on publish also over here, and you are good to go. Everything is set up for you. Once it is published, you just go to the events page, and then you're going to see the event over here. So we go over here and then we click over here to refresh it, and our events are showing right over here. Now when we go to the home page over there, we will also see our event also showing at the home page over here. So basically this is how you can be able to use template seller template to be able to create your website. Now it is very easy to edit this one, because everything we use over here is Elementor and Elementor Pro, so you can be able to easily edit this particular website easily, or the template easily. All what you need to do is to just click on edit with Elementor on any page. Okay, any page that you go, click on edit with Elementor, and you are good to go. You can be able to go ahead to edit all of them, edit everything that you don't want to see. You can go ahead and edit it. All right, so once you're over here, just just close all the things that you have to close, and as you can see, you can just click over here and rename or edit this one. You can click over here to edit everything that you want to edit. Everything is editable. You can go ahead and change the image over here. Okay, everything that you want to do, you can be able to do it as easily as possible. Once you are done, just click on publish, and then all your your edits will be live for you. And that is how you can be able to use template sellers template to get this church website for yourself. All right guys, so let's go ahead and design this website step by step. Okay, so first of all, what you need is you need what we call domain name and hosting. Okay, so for those of you who are new over here, now to be able to create a website, you need a domain name and you need a hosting. Okay, so I'm going to give you a link where you can get your own domain name and hosting. Just type in kaetechdigital.com. Okay, kaetechdigital.com, and then slash Namecheap. Okay, so Namecheap over here. Now will take you to this particular website where you can be able to, purchase your own domain name and hosting at an affordable price. Okay, so it doesn't really cost that much. Around $50 you can be able to have your own domain name and hosting from Namecheap over here, and then you can be able to use it. Now the link I gave you is an affiliate link. If you want to use it, I mean, it's going to help me continue making this kind of videos all the time over here. Okay, so that is basically it. So get over here, just type in any domain name you want. So let's say Grace Church, Grace Rich Church, richchurch.com. Okay, just type in and then hit enter or hit search. If it is available, you see it over there that it's available. If it is not available, they're going to tell you. So as you can see, is what is available over here, and we can go ahead to add it to our cart over here. Okay, so once we add it to our cart, we have 11.28 over here. Okay, now go ahead and we're going to use shared hosting. So hover on hosting over here and then click on shared hosting, and as you can see, you can get hosting as low as $1.98 per month over here. Now it depends on what you want and then what you want to use the hosting for, how big you want it and all those things. Okay, so but mostly I prefer using the second one over here because it gives you some limited opportunities to do so many things. Okay, so what I do is either click on this one and then get started, but let's use this one for the meantime. So we're gonna click over here, and as you can see, now we have our hosting, which we want to connect to our domain. So domain is the new domain over here, and it's already in cart over here, and that is it. And now they've given us a discount, and our domain is what, 6.18 per year. Okay, as you can see, it is 6.18 per year, and if we add it to our shared hosting over here, which is 22.88, total we're going to pay 29.06, which is very easy and cheap. Okay, so just click on add to cart over here. Click on add to cart over here, and as you can see, you can go ahead and check out. Okay, just go ahead, fill in some details that you have to fill in and confirm your order. Once you confirm your order, they will tell you to sign in and all that. Okay, so as you can see, if you have if you haven't signed in, or if you don't have any, then you can go ahead and then just fill in the details over here to sign in or to sign up with them, and then you can go ahead to create your everything. Now I already have my domain name and hosting, so I'm just taking you through how all these things are. And after you get your domain name and hosting, all what you need to do is to fill in is to install WordPress. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and install WordPress. Once you install WordPress, you definitely come over here. Now I have videos of how to install WordPress on the channel, so I'm not going to waste my time. I'll put the links in the description for you. Go over there and then check on how you can be able to install WordPress. But once you install your WordPress, this is how the WordPress website is going to be. A very new WordPress website. As you can see, there is nothing over here. It is just a new WordPress installation over here. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Okay, and the first thing you will see is this will come to WordPress over here. Now you can dismiss it by clicking over here. Okay, and if you want it to come back again, click on the screen options over here and click on welcome, and it will still come over here. So we click over here, and then the next thing is to make sure that our dashboard is clean. So I'm going to just untick this once over here. I'm going to untick this once over here, and then make our dashboard clean. So our dashboard is now clean over here. Now the next step is to also set up some few settings, WordPress settings. Okay, so for those of you who are new over here, now you're going to see that on the left hand side we see some menu items over here. Okay, each one does a whole lot. Once you install a plugin or a theme, certain things also comes over here. Okay, so first of all, let's go to settings and go to general. So we're going to set our site title. Now this can be set during the installation of the WordPress website, but I didn't set it, so I'm going to just set it over here, or type it over here, Grace Rich Church. Okay, and you can set your tagline. So we will say rich, restore, and then what again? Rich, restore, and then renew. Okay, so that is our tagline over here. You can also set your site icon, which I don't have yet, and then make sure that your website address or WordPress address is the same as the site address. Okay, and then also your administrative email also over here, and then your membership, if there are members on the website, like maybe an e-commerce website or a site where people will register, just make sure you check this one over here. And then when people register, who are they going to be? You say whatever it is over here. Okay, and then your site language, time zone, you choose whatever I want, date format, time format, and then the week start on, and after that click on save changes over here. So now as you can see, everything works perfectly fine. Now we have a name over here. It's not the new WordPress site anymore. If I come over here and refresh it, you see that this one will change to Grace Church, Rich Church over here. So that is it. Okay, so now we have done a few settings. Now the next step is for us to do what we call the permalink. So go to permalinks over here, and you see that the permalink structure is set in such a way that when your website address comes, that there is a date, and then the sample post also follows. Okay, we don't want it this way. We want it to, a very neat structure. That is why we are going to use the post name over here. So this is for SEO purpose, search engine optimization purposes. So make sure that you have this one set up over here as what post name. Okay, and after that just click on save changes. All right, so now there is another settings that we'll do, which is the reading, but we will be able to, we have to create some pages before we set them as home page and then post pages. Okay, so once we are done here, now the next step is I've already gone ahead to install some plugins. Okay, I haven't activated them, but I have Elementor over here which I installed. I'm going to activate it, and then once I activate, I can be able to activate my Elementor Pro also. So connect it to your account, and then connect your Elementor Pro also to it. Okay, so I'll do quickly just that and then come back. Now if you want Elementor Pro, you can use this link over here, which is Kaetech Digital .com/Elementor. Okay, so you're gonna use this link over here, and then it's gonna take you to Elementor page, and then you can be able to get Elementor Pro from there. Now they said it is Elementor 1. Okay, so you can be able to go ahead and then pick a pricing plan from Elementor 1, and then you can go ahead and then start using Elementor. All right, so these are the the pricing plan over here. Choose the one that you feel is okay for you, but it is better to go for the bigger ones which have more items that you can be able to use, like this one or this one. Okay, so if you want Elementor 1 also, you can go ahead and then purchase the Elementor 1 also. So basically that is it. Now once you get your Elementor Pro, you can activate it. All right guys, so I've gone ahead to activate my Elementor Pro, and everything is perfectly well done. So I have my Elementor Pro over here to use. Now the next step is for us to install a theme that we are going to use for our website. So I'm going to go ahead and click on themes over here. Now there are some other plugins that we also use, but let's install the theme first, and then we go ahead to install those other plugins. So click on appearance, and then click on themes, and then click on add theme over here, and we're going to search for what we call the Kadence theme. So I'm going to just look for Kadence over here. Now Kadence is one of the most popular themes. Okay, so without even searching for it, when you scroll through the home page of the themes directory, you're going to find it over there. So this is the plugin that we are talking about. We're going to click on install to install it, and then we go ahead to click on activate to activate the plugin. So we click on activate to activate it. All right, so we are done activating the plugin. Now we're going to dismiss this one because we don't want to install any AI starter template. We're going to design everything from scratch. Okay, so design everything from scratch. Okay, so once we are done over here, the next step is for us to continue installing some of the plugins that we're going to use for our website. Now if you look at this particular website, we outside the Elementor and Elementor Pro that we installed, we need what we call the ACF. Okay, so advanced custom fields. Okay, so we have to install that one also because it is one of the main plugins that we use over here. So what we are going to do is to install some other plugins to help us to be able to create our website the way we want it. So what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and then go to plugins over here, and what we are going to install is we're going to install ACF, which is advanced custom field. So just look for ACF or advanced custom field. So search for it and you're gonna see it over here, advanced custom fields. This is the plugin that we want. It has been installed how many times? 2 million plus times. So click on it. Now the reason why we need Elementor Pro and ACF together is what we call dynamic tags. Okay, so most of the the templates and the pages that we're going to create, we need dynamic content. So we need ACF to be able to help us with Elementor Pro to link it together and then create those dynamic content. And then also we will be creating post types. So once we have the event post types, we have the sermon post types, we need ACF to be able to do all those things. Okay, so that is basically why. So we click on activate over here to activate the website, the plugin. So now we have ACF, we have Elementor and Elementor Pro, and then the last plugin is the Give plugin. Okay, but we will install it later on when we are creating the Give aspect of the website. Okay, so basically we are done installing the plugins, just one left, the Give, which we'll do it later on. So these are the 3 plugins that we're going to use for our website. These 3 plugins, very, very important plugins: Elementor, Elementor Pro, and then advanced custom fields. Okay, so once we have this one, now we can go ahead and start creating our pages, start designing the website and all that. Okay, so let's go ahead to create our pages. Now, how many pages do we have? So let's look at the church website over here. Okay, so we have home, about, sermons, we have events, we have ministries, we have contact. Okay, so most of the pages, when you scroll down, you can see all of them over here. All right, so we have about, we have sermons, we have ministries, we have events, we have contact, and then we have the single ministries pages, and then we have plan, visit, give online, we have prayer request, we have join us, and then connect. Okay, so these are the pages that we will be creating, but first of all we create them one after the other. So I'm going to create these main pages over here, so which is the about, sermons, ministries, events, and then contact. Then we go ahead to create the single ministries pages, and then we create some few other pages like plan, a visit, and then prayer request also over here. The join us is linked to the contact, so it's quite okay. And then also the connect is also linked to the contact, so it's the same page that we are linking them together. Okay, so with different language or different English or different words, just to change the vibe. All right, so what we are going to do is we're going to go back over here and we hover on pages over here. Okay, and then click on all pages, Now we're going to see that we have 2 pages already created by us, by WordPress for us. So I'm going to trash the sample page, which we're not going to use it for anything. But this one, you know, every website needs a privacy policy page. So of course you can decide to delete it and create your own thing. But I'm just going to leave it for the future. Okay, so once you know I trash the other one, I'll go into the trash over here and then also delete permanently this particular one. All right, so I'm going to click on add page over here, and I'll create my first page, which is the home page. Now the template, I'm going to choose Elementor full width over here, and I'll click on publish. Okay, I'm going to create my second page over here. Click on add page, and then I'm going to create the about page, change the template to Elementor full width, and then click on publish. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do same for the next one. All right, so this one also home about, I'm going to create the sermons page. I'll click on template, click on Elementor full width, and then click on publish. Okay, so I'll click on another one, which is the Ministries page. Ministries. All right, so I'll click on this one, click here, click on Elementor full width, and then click on publish. So you see I'm creating almost all the pages that I will need, and I'll click on add another page also. So from Ministries, I'm going to create the event single page. Okay, so event archive page. This is going to be the archive page for the event. Okay, so event, I'll click on this one, click over here, and then click on this. All right, so my next page is going to be let's say plan a visit, or plan visit, and then click here, click on Elementor full width, and then you know publish it. All right, so let me create another page also, and I'll say contact, and also I'll change the template to Elementor full width, and then click on publish. All right, so how many pages do I have now? Let's go to all pages to check it. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 pages. Okay, but there are more pages that we haven't created, right? So let's check. Okay, events, ministries, contacts, sermons, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so these are the pages that we've created. So now let's go ahead and create a single you know service pages. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5, and then prayer request give online. Okay, so let's go. So I'll click over here, and I'm going to create the prayer request page. Prayer request, I'll click over here, click here, Elementor full width, and then I'm going to publish it. All right, so I'll go again and click on add page over here also, and then this page is going to be give online, and I'll click over here, click here, click on Elementor full width, and then click on publish. And then my next page will be the single ministries page. Okay, so let's go over here and see. We have the children's ministry, we have the youth fellowship, women's ministry, men's fellowship, men's ministry, and then we have the worship ministry. So I'm going to start with the worship with an R, worship ministry. I also do same as you know Elementor full width, but this time around I'll pick a parent one. So the parent one is going to be the ministries. Okay, so the parent you know Parent page is going to be the ministries, and I'll click on publish. Okay, so I'm going to do same for women's ministry or women's fellowship. So women's ministry. Okay, and then I'll come over here to change the template to Elementor full width. I'll change the parent also to ministries over here, and I'll click on publish. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and add the men's fellowship or the men's ministry. So men's ministry. Okay, I'm going to do same just like I did for the women. Change it to Elementor, change the parent to ministries over here, and I'll go ahead and click on publish. Okay, so we're going to do same for the next two pages. So we have the youth fellowship, so change this one, change it to Elementor full, change the parent to ministries. Okay, get this one and then publish it. Then the last one is going to be the children's ministry. So the children's ministry. All right, so forget about this ones. Okay, I need to add an apostrophe, but I decided not to add them, so that is why it is showing that one. So I'll change the template also to Elementor full width, and then click on publish. All right, so we have all our pages also set up. So as you can see, we have 1 2 3 4 5, and then most of the pages are coming in. So we have about 15 pages created. Okay, some of the pages will come in when we install the GIF and other plugins. Okay, so basically we are okay with this one. So the next step for us right now is to go to settings over here, click on reading over here, and what we are going to do is to set our home page. Okay, so we're going to set our home page to display home. Now of course, right now if you come to this one, you see that the home page displays what the blog over here. Okay, so that is why we are having this blog page over here. But once we change this one to home and we publish it, and I come over here to refresh it, you're not going to see the blog page again, but you are going to see the home page. Okay, and this one also, the link also what changes. Okay, so this one becomes our home page. Okay, so that is what basically it. So now the next step for us to do is to create our header and then our footer. Okay, if you go over here, this is our footer. Okay, we have this footer and then the down footer over here, and then we have the header also over here. So we're going to create these two things, the header and then the footer, and we are good to go. All right guys, so to be able to create our menus, to be able to create our header and our footer, we first need to create our menus. Okay, so we need to create our menus. Now what are menus? Menus are what you see over here. Okay, so if you go over here, this is a menu, right? And this whole thing is a header. Okay, so inside the header there are menus. Okay, and then inside the footer also there are menus over here. So this is a menu, this is a menu, this is a menu, right? So we need to create those menus. Okay, so let's go back over here, and then we're gonna go under appearance over here, and then we go to menus over here. So that is where we can be able to create our menu. Now we first need to create our primary menu. Okay, so our primary menu or our main menu is what we are going to create. So I'm going to say primary menu, and then the location is going to be primary and then mobile. Okay, primary and mobile, and I'll click on create. Okay, so we have created the menu, but there are no items in it. So as you can see over here, even though this is the menu, there are items, single items over here. Okay, so we need to create those single items. Okay, so what is on this one? We have home, about, sermons, and then under community we have this one also. So we're gonna go over here and then go click on view all pages. Okay, and then we click on home, about. I'm gonna just add everything I see: events, ministries, okay, and then sermons, right? I'm gonna just put everything over here, and then what I'll do is I'll bring one which is a custom link, okay, and then with this one I'll use a pound sign to represent the custom link or the link, and then I'll say community. Okay, so community or community. Okay, and then I'll click on add to menu. Now I am going to arrange them. So this one says home, about, sermons, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say home, about, and then we have sermons follows, right? And then the next one is our community. Okay, and then under the community, what do we have? We have events, ministries, and contact. Okay, so we're gonna go to events, ministries, and then contact. Now you see that the way I push this one to the right side under the community, basically because I want you to know that this is under this one, so that when it comes on the front end, it's going to show like this. Okay, so it's going to be under it. That's a sub menu, right? All right, so now that we are done over here, we can click on save menu to save our menu. So if you come over here to the front end and refresh this one, you're going to see that our menu changes to home, about, sermons, and then the community, we have these ones under it. Okay, so basically similar to the concept over here, but we will get there. We are not there yet. We'll get there because we have to customize the header and then make sure that everything looks fine and all right. So once we are through with the primary menu, we're going to create another menu. So over here we say create a new menu. Click on it to create a new menu. Now if you scroll down, you see that we have this about, we have our ministries, and then we have quick links. So these are the menus that we're going to create. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead to create the quick links. I'll click on create menu. So what are the quick links? We have plan a visit, give online, prayer request, join and connect, right? So give online is there, plan a visit is there, and then we also have prayer request, and then I'm going to bring contact also. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this once over here, and then I'll bring another contact also because I'll change the names. Okay, all right, so plan visit is the first one, and then we have give online, and then prayer request, and then join us and connect. Okay, so over here I'll change this one to join us, and then over here also I'll change this one to connect. All right, so this one, instead of plan a visit, I'll say plan visit, right? Plan visit. Okay, so basically it. Now this one, we are not going to set any location for it because we're going to use it in the footer widget. Okay, so we're going to just click on save menu over here. All right, so we have our quick links done. Now let's go ahead and see what we can also do. Okay, so let's go to the ministries. Okay, so we're going to click over here to create a new menu, and then this one we say ministries. Okay, ministries, and then we click on create menu. All right, so now we will select all these ministries. We select all of them and then add them over here. All right, so we have children's ministry, youth, men's, women's, and worship. Okay, so I'll just click on save over here. Okay, so that one is also done. Now the next one is the about. Okay, so we come over here, click on create a new menu, and we call it about. So about Grace Rich, and then we will create the menu over here. All right, so what is there? We go to view, we go to about, we have let's see, we have contact, we have event, we have sermons, we have ministries. So about, contact, event, ministries, and then sermon. We're going to use this one for this page. So I'm going to bring this one over here. We have this one just like this. We rearrange them the way we want them. So about, sermons, ministries, events. Okay, so about, sermons, ministries, event, and then contact. So after that, we click on save menu over here. So now we've created about 1, 2, 3, 4 menus over here, and we are good to go to use them inside the header. Okay, we're going to use them inside the header to design our header. Okay, so now that we are done over here, to design our header, we need to go straight to hover on appearance over here, and under appearance you see customize over here. Okay, so go ahead and then click on customize. Okay, I'm going to open it in a new tab over here, and when you click on customize, this is what you are going to see. You're going to see another page open, which on the left hand side you're going to see so many things over here. Now this is the theme customization. Okay, so over here the theme makes it possible for us to create what we call the header, okay, and then the footer. So there is a header builder, and then there's also a footer builder inside the Kadence theme. That makes the Kadence theme, one of the best themes around. So I'm going to go ahead and then click on header over here. Okay, so I'm going to click on header over here, and this is how the header looks like. So by default the logo is on the left, and then the primary menu navigation is on the right. Okay, but I'm going to just tweak it somehow. So I'll bring the logo in the middle, and I'll bring the primary navigation on the left hand side. Okay, so that it's going to act just like this one over here. And then on the right hand side I'll click on the plus sign over here, and then I'll choose button. So I'm going to bring a button over here. So as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. So the navigation over here, you can select the menu you want to show over here. So when you select your menu, this is the primary menu that is showing. Okay, and that is it. So let me go back to the header over here, and then with the logo also we can select our logo. Okay, so with this one I just want logo only. Okay, so I just have to come over here and then select my logo. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and pull all the images that I used on the website, okay, inside the website once and for all. So let me just bring these two logos first. So I'll drag these two logos over here. Okay, and I'm going to load more. So I'll go to the images over here. Now for the images, if you want it, I'll leave a link over here, and then you can go ahead and download the images for free, so you can follow along with this tutorial that we are doing. So I'll drag all the 24 images inside the website over here, and then upload them onto the website. So basically that is how we are doing. So let's hold on for it to upload, and then we continue the tutorial. Okay, so now we have all our images uploaded. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use the how do you call it, the logo that we uploaded. So I'm going to use this one, which is the white logo first. Okay, I know yeah, so when I select this one, I need to click on select over here, and I'm going to skip cropping. Okay, now you're not going to see it well, because if you look at this particular one, let's scroll up, you see that this one, the color is what, dark blue over here. Okay, so that's exactly what we will have to change. Okay, so we need to change the color. Now to do so, we're going to go over here and then click on this settings icon over here, and then click on the design over here, and then the main color over here, we can choose the main color. But I want us to be choosing, you know, from this how do you call it, color palette over here, but we haven't set up our colors yet. So I'm going to go back over here, and then go to colors and font. Okay, go over here and then set up your colors over here. So your accent, your contrast, your base, and then your notices, right? So I'm going to go ahead and then use these colors that I'm having over here. So this is my blue black color. So this is what it's going to be like. So I'll paste it over here, and then let me go to the next one, which is the secondary or the second color. Okay, I'll click on this second accent color and I'll paste it over here. And then the last one is going to be that green color or greenish color. So I'll come over here. Okay, so this one, they're telling me that I need to, you know, this link is currently linked as a complement to your accent color. Unlink it. So I'm going to unlink it and then paste it over here. All right, so this is what I'm going to use for my buttons. Okay, so if I come over here, I can use this one, and then, you know, this one also, okay, for my buttons, and then for my links. And then when I come over here, I will you know, unlink, or not, I will not, you know, make it underline or something. Okay, so if you, this one is going to be for all links on the website, right? Now if I come over here to, you know, buttons also, you can set up your buttons also. Okay, so if I come over here, this is the text and then the background colors. So over here, I can use this one for my background colors. Okay, this is what I'm going to use for my buttons also. All right, so let me look at this one here. Okay, so, and then the border radius, I'm going to say maybe 80. Okay, and I'll go back over here. Now make sure that you publish everything. You can set your secondary button, your outline button, all those things, and then your typography also, make sure that you set it up correctly for any font that you want to use. Okay, so I'm going to use the Inter for the base font. Okay, Inter for the base font, and then yeah, so 17 will be 8. And then the headings also, you can choose any one that you want to use. So you can either choose poppins or you can choose anything. So let's say I want to use poppins for my headings. Okay, which will run through all of them, and then I'll just, you know, click on publish over here. So anything that you do, make sure you publish it. So I'm going to go back over here to the header. Okay, and then I'm going to come over here to select the color that I want to use, and as you can see, I can see this color over here. Okay, you can see this color over here. Now do not worry about it. I don't know why it's showing this blue, but let's see if it shows also blue over here. So you see it doesn't show blue over here, right? So I don't know why it is showing this kind of blue. I'm just going to refresh it to see it over here. Okay, so now the color is matching perfectly. So now that we have this color correctly done, now what we need to do is to come over here and then change the color of these ones also. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to change this one to, yeah, so we can change it to pure white, just like this. Okay, or you can change it to something like this. I'm going to make it pure white. All right, so you can also change your font, your everything. Okay, so the font, the way you want it and the way you want it to be, depends on you. So let's say I want to use Inter, you can change it over here. You can also change this one also over here, depends on how you want to use it. All right, so basically that is how this one looks like. Now If you look at this one, it says what, plan visit. So I'm going to come over here and then click on this one and then change it to plan visit. Plan visit. All right. And then I'll make it a little bit bigger. Okay. When I come over here, I can increase the height of the size of the font over here. And either increase it or decrease it, depends on how I want it. Okay, so basically I'm through with the header. With the logo also, you can change the size anyhow you want it. So let's say over here you want it to be 250 or 240 or 220 or 2 whatever it is. Depends on how this one looks like. Make sure that you also get it the same thing. Now you see that on top over here we have this this address, and then also this social media icons over here. Now of course we can do same for this one. So over here, this is the top header over here. Over here we can put an HTML over here, and over here we can put social icons also over here. So basically that is it. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just clean this one and put this words over here, and I'm going to go to design and make sure that this one is reduced to maybe 14. Okay, and the font is going to be something like this. The font color is going to be something like this. So you see that you can be able to do same for here. And then with the social also, we have this one. You can set your social links also over here. I'm going to just go ahead and do it. So what I'll do is the main color, I'm going to choose this one, and then when you hover on it, it's going to be this one. The background color, I don't want any color for it. Okay, the hover also, I don't want any color for it. All right, so basically that is it. So over here you can choose a different kind of, how do you call it, a different kind of like icon for it. Okay, so let's look at this one here. So we can choose a different kind of icon for it. So we have something like this over here. All right, so now we are done. We can click on publish, and now we know that our header is done. Now the next is for us to do our footer. Okay, our footer. So for the footer also, we're gonna go over here and click on footer over here. Okay, now we have the copyright over here, which if you look at this one, if you scroll down and then you look at over here, this is the copyright, right? So you can go ahead and then also use yours also. So I'm going to just copy this one and come over here, and instead of the theme credit, I'm going to just remove the theme credit over there and then paste my own thing over here. So as you can see this, and then I will just link this one to template seller.com. So basically this is how it's going to be like. Okay, now I can go ahead and then align it anyhow I want it. So I'm going to go to design over here and choose the font and all those things. I'll say I don't want any underline, and then the link colors also, I want it to be the same as the font colors, just that when you hover on it, you're gonna see this one. That is how I want it to be. And then over here I will just reduce this one to 14. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like, right? Now let's come over here, this place. So with this side, that is the middle row, I'm going to come over here and choose a 4 for it, and I'm going to choose this particular layout. Okay, and then let's go to it, design over here. Now with the middle row, we're going to use this particular this particular blue dark color over here, just like we did for the header. Okay, so basically the same thing over here. Now I'm going to use widget. I'm going to use widgets for it. So this is going to be widget 2, this will be widget 3, and this will be widget 4. Okay, and this one is going to be widget 1. Okay, now under widget 2 I'll click on this one and say got it, and then over here I'll click on this one, search for navigation menu. Okay, remember that we created some navigation menus. So this one is going to be the about. Okay, so this one will be what does it say over here? About Grace Rich, right? So I'll copy this one, come over here and paste it over here, about Grace Rich, and I'll click outside, and this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so first of all, let's go over here, click over here, and then the colors over here, we're going to use this one, and this one also, the font colors, we're going to use this one. So these are the font colors, and this is the link colors. Okay, so basically just like that. So content, widget, and all those things, we'll be able to change them. All right, so for now we're going to just maintain this one, and we come over here to reduce the size to 14 over here. Okay, then the widget title also, we can, you know, just reduce it to 17 automatically. Okay, so we do same for this one also. We come over here, we click on this one, we search for navigation, we click on it. This one is going to be Ministries. Okay, so how is it going to be like? Our Ministries, right? So our Ministries. Okay, we click outside, so our Ministries, and then we do same for this one also. We click here, we search for navigation, we click on this one, and this one is going to be quick links. So we say quick links, and then we click on outside. I mean, if it doesn't come, sometimes it happens like that, so you make sure that it loads first before you click outside. Okay, so now everything looks perfect. The only thing over here is for us to bring over here. So over here, what do we have over here? We have the logo and then this particular words over here. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, click over here, and then choose an image over here, go to the media library, and then, you know, locate where the logo is, select it, come over here, choose a paragraph over here, and paste this one inside, and we are good to go. So as you can see, you can go ahead and publish it. Okay, and when you come to the front end and refresh it, this is how your header and footer will be like. All right, so we are almost there, but for header and footer to be perfect, you need to make sure that you make it mobile responsive. Okay, make it mobile responsive. So first of all, I'm not seeing the home over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my header over here, and I'm going to click on navigation over here, and then with this one I'll set it to you know, this. Okay, so it means that when it is active, it should show this color over here, and when you publish it and you come over here, I'm supposed to see my home over here. All right, so basically I think we are getting there. The only thing is some few touches, and then turn this one to become mobile responsive, and we are good to go. All right, guys, so we have to you know, turn this one to mobile responsive. And if you look at the main website, let me see if let me just bring the main website out so that you see the one that we are creating, so that you look at what I'm trying to talk about. If you look at the main website over here, and when you scroll, you see that we have this how do you call it, sticky header over here. Okay, so we need to make sure that we do that sticky header also. So let's go over here, and then first of all let's tackle the stickiness first, and then we turn the whole thing into mobile responsive. So we're going to go to header over here, and let's scroll down, and then you see that there is sticky header over here. So let's activate the sticky header over here, and then we will say that we want this header to be sticky. Of course you can choose the options that you want, but we're going to say only main row. Okay, so only the main row should be sticky. Okay, and that is all. If you want a different logo for the sticky, because this is a white logo, if we scroll the things like the header, the logo will still be white over here. So we can just enable this one which says different logo for stack header. So we click over here, and then we set a different logo for it. So I'm going to choose the this logo, and then we will use that one for the sticky. And as you can see, now we have it. So when you're over here, you have this logo. When you scroll also, you have this logo. So it makes sense. That makes sense a lot. Now let's go to the design also. Okay, so for the design you can change the colors and all those things, but the most important thing that I want us to work on is the navigation items. So for the navigation items, we want to use let's say this one. Oh, so this is the background. Okay, so for the background I don't want any anything for the background, so I'm going to just click over here to erase it. But the colors over here, I'm going to use this one. Okay, and then when you hover, I want this, and then when the active color, I want this one also. So as you can see, this is how it will become. Okay, so this is very nice, and this how you can create a sticky header, just because the Kadence theme gives us the functionality to be able to create that sticky header. Okay, so once you are done, just publish it over here and you are okay. Now let's go and then turn this whole header and then footer into mobile responsiveness. So I'm going to go back over here, and then what I'll do is I'm going to click on this particular one, and you see this is how the responsiveness looks like. Okay, so let's first of all tackle the header. So you go to header, you see that you have off canvas over here, and then we have this other side which have the logo and then the trigger. So you see the logo and then the trigger, and then the off canvas is what is inside this trigger. So when you click over here, what is over here, and we only have the navigation menu over here. So let's try to edit this whole thing and see how it looks like. So to be able to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and then click on this one, and then over here I'm going to just make it maybe white or something, some color like this. Okay, or you can decide to make it full white depending on how you want it. So I'm going to make it full white, and then I'll come to the navigation over here and go to its design, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so what I'll do is with the off canvas, when I go to design over here, can I be able to choose a different thing over here? No, I can't choose anything over here. But when I go into the navigation over here, I can be able to choose the colors that I want. So I'm going to go over here and choose this color, come over here, and then also choose this one. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, so this is how it looks like, right? So when I click on this one, I'm still going to see all these things over here. And then if you like, you can bring the button over here. So the button that says plan visit, you can bring it over here, and then go ahead and change this one to plan visit. Okay, and then put in the URL that you want to put over here. Okay, so that it will direct the people to the plan a visit page. Okay, that is basically it. So so I think we are almost there. Now let's go to the main row over here, and let's see how this one also looks like. So this is the main row, and let's go to the trigger. So we're going to go over here and then click over here, and then we change the colors of the trigger. So I'm going to maintain all white for it, and I can decide to increase the icon size to 30 over here, and then when you hover it's going to be something like this. Okay, so this is also quite okay. So if I click on it, this is how it's going to what is going to show. Now one thing I want to also do is I want to add a logo. So I'll add an HTML over here and then position it on top over here. Click over here, go to general, delete everything over here, and I'm going to add an image. Okay, so that is basically how you can be able to add a logo. I'll add an image over here and I'll add this logo over here. So when you click over here, you see that we have the logo over here. Okay, so everything looks fine, everything looks great. So this is on the tablet side. Of course, you can also do same for you know, the, how do you call it, the mobile side also. So this is how it also looks like. So if you think you're okay with it, you can just go ahead and publish it. Okay, so that is what that is. Now one thing we haven't seen is that you know, the close icon over here. So when I click over here, it closes, but you can't see nothing over here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to click on this one over here, or let's click on the canvas over here because it's supposed to be on the canvas, and let's go ahead and see the close over here. So this is a close toggle icon over here. So we're going to use this one, and when you hover on it, we use this one. So once we click over here, you see this one now shows over here. Okay, so now everything looks fine, everything looks great. We are good to go. So over here also we're going to use this background also over here. So that is what basically how it looks like. All right, so now let's go back, and then we want to tackle the footer. Okay, so the footer, so let's go to the footer also, and then for the footer, these are the things about it. We just want to reduce the you know, the sizes of the items a little bit. So I'm going to go to middle row settings over here, and I'll go to design, and then what I'll do is I'll reduce the size of I'll make sure that it is on mobile over here. Just go ahead and reduce the size of the widget titles to 14. Okay, so I'm going to reduce it to 14, and then the widget content also I'm going to reduce it to 12. Okay, so this is going to be 12. So let's see, so I'm going to bring it back to 14 because this is on desktop, but I'm going to go here to mobile and then reduce it to 12. All right, so let's see, so everything looks good. So this is the link color, and then when you hover it's going to be something like this, and then also we say no underline for all the links. So the middle row, you can give it the color that you want. Everything looks fine, everything looks great. You can just now go ahead and publish it. All right, so once you're done, make sure that you click on publish to publish whatever changes that you've done over here, and we are good to go. So we have been able to, you know, we've been able to do the header and then the footer. Okay, we are done with the header and the footer, done everything about the header and the footer. Now we have to go and then start creating the pages one after the other. Okay, so that is what we will be doing in the next stage of this tutorial. So the next stage is for us to go ahead and then start creating one page and then the other pages all together. So I'm going to go over here and then exit from the customizer section over here. So our next stage is to start creating the pages. Okay, so if you look at this one over here, this is the home page over here, and then yeah, so we're going to create the home page, and then we go ahead to, you know, create all the loop items, and then the loop grids, and then the loop carousel, and then after that we start creating all the other templates that we need to create for this website to come to life. So let's go ahead and then check out the next stage, which is to create the pages or the home page. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this part of the tutorial we are going to create the home page. So the last part of the tutorial, we created the header and then the footer. We did everything to start the the website. So if you look at it right now over here, where is it? Let me close this one. Yeah, if you look at it right now over here, we have the header and then we have the footer created. We've created our menus, we've created everything that we need to create, and then we are left with starting to create the home page and then all the other pages. Now that is what we are going to do in this tutorial right now. So what we are going to do is we are going to create the home page. Okay, and this is how the home page looks like. So in the home page we have the hero section over here, we have the about section over here, we have the visiting or the service times, and then we also have some sermon carousel over here, and then we have the ministry section over here. We also have the event section over here, and then we have the last one, which is a call to action, and then we are done. So we have about 6 sections that we have to create. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 sections. Okay, so we have about 7 sections that we have to create. So let's quickly jump into it and start creating it. So I'm going to go over here and then head over to pages, click on add all pages, and we are going straight to the home page, which is the front page over here. So we click on edit. I'm going to open it in a new tab over here. Let me close this one and close this one also. Now we have this one over here, so we're going to click on edit with Elementor. So we click on edit with Elementor. That is the blue button you see over there. Now we are using Elementor to start creating our website, our church website. Now, so for those of you who don't know anything about Elementor, please take note. Step by step, we're going to do everything step by step, so you can be able to have hands-on experience about using Elementor after you watch this tutorial. Alright guys, so this is Elementor and this is how it looks like. Okay, so the page builder that helps you to be able to create any website without worrying. Okay, the page builder that helps you to create any website just drag and drop without worrying about coding and anything. Okay, so that is Elementor. Now I'm going to take you through how it looks like for those of you who are new over here, for the sake of those of you who are new over here and who doesn't know anything about Elementor. Now this is how it looks like. So on your left side we have the widgets that will be using. Okay, the widget over here, or the element that we're going to use inside the design field over here. Now over here is where you design, okay, where you do everything. Okay, so you have this plus icon, which you can be able to use it to just add a container or a grid or anything that you want to do. And then this one is basically for saved templates and all those things. And this one is Elementor AI. Okay, so if you want to build it with Elementor AI also, you can be able to use this one to be able to do it. So first of all, to be able to create something, all what you need to do is to use container or grid. So what you do is you click on the plus icon over here and then you choose either a flexbox container or a grid container. I'm going to use a flexbox container, and then you'll give you some structures that you have to select. Okay, so you select the structure that you want. Do you want the direction column, the row direction, and then 2 different columns, 2 different columns with how they've structured it. Anyhow, any structure that you want, you can choose it over here. So let's say I want to choose this particular one over here, and I'm going to have something like this. So what I'll do is I'll just click over here, this 6 dot over here, and then this panel will open for me. Okay, anytime you select a container, or you select a widget, or you select an element, there's this panel that opens over here, and then you have the either the content or the layout. You have style, and then you have advanced over here. Okay, so the style is used for styling the container or the element, and then the advanced is for advanced things that you want to do. So if you want to add animations, if you want to add certain things, you go over here. So basically this is the container. If I want to add a color to the container, I can go ahead and then go to style. Under background over here, I can choose my background type. I choose the classic. I can add an image or I can add a color, so I can choose over here to add a color. So as you can see, this is what a dark color over here. Okay, so basically that is it. Now if I click over here, the elements panel or the panel over here will open for me, and I can go ahead and add an image over here if I want to add. Just drag and drop it over there, and then I can go ahead and then select any image that I want to use inside that particular thing. So let's say I want to use this one, and then I can go ahead and select. So this is an image over here. So basically this is how this one looks like. If I want to add, let's say, a text, I can go ahead and add a text. Okay, I just need to click on this plus icon over here, drag in a text over here, and that is a text. I can just type in anything that I want to type. So maybe Grace Rich Church. Okay, and then just position it in the middle like the way you want it. You can go ahead and choose the typography that you want. You can also go ahead and then style it the way you want it. Okay, change the color and other things. So this is how basically you do it. So you just need to be design conscious, know how to design things, and then you are good to go. Okay, so I'm going to just close this one over here, and I'm going to just follow along the design over here that we have, okay, to be able to design it. So first of all, I'm going to go over here and then click on the plus icon over here, click on this flexboard icon, and I'm going to choose this particular container over here. So if you look at it, we have this container over here, and then inside the container we have two different containers inside this container. Okay, the main container has a background slideshow over there, and then on top they have this particular heading text, and then the buttons over here, and then there's some text also over here, and then there is a space over here. Okay, so basically that is how we are going to. So I'm going to go over here, and then this is the container that I want to give us height to the container. So let's say I give it a height of, let's say, 600 pixel. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. I can go to advanced, and then over here I'll just unlink the padding and give it a top padding of 80 pixel, bottom pattern of also 80 pixel. Okay, so basically this is how I have it. Now I can go to style over here, and then if you look at it, we have a slideshow over here. So I'm going to just choose the background type over here, and I'll choose a slideshow, and then I'll add some images to the slideshow. Okay, so it's gonna go open the the media player for me to create my own gallery. Okay, so gallery of images. So I just need to wait for the media to load, and then I'll choose the ones that I want. Alright guys, so we're going to select the images that we are going to use for our hero section. So I'm just going to select some of the images. So I'm going to use this one. Let me see some of the images over here. Okay, this one. So I'll use this one. Let me see if I have. Okay, so let's see. Okay, not this one. Okay, so I'm going to use this one, and then maybe this one also, and then this one. So I'm going to use 1, 2, 3, 4 of these images, and maybe this one over here. Okay, so this one also. So it's going to be like 5 images. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'll just select all of them and then put it in the gallery, and this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now I'm going to just make sure that I do some few settings over here. So I'll put this one on cover. I'll say this one should be center, and then maybe if you want it to be lazy load, you can put it to yes, and then you want the Ken's Bain effect. So this one is just some kind of animation that it will make the the slide show. Okay, so this is quite nice, so I'm going to use this one, and then I'll come to overlay over here, and then I'll just make sure that I choose a classic and I choose a color. So I'm going to choose this dark color, which is black, and I'll increase the opacity over here to maybe 7.5, so something like this. Okay, it's quite okay. So 0.75 it's okay, And I think, yeah, everything is fine. I'm going to go back over here and click on layout over here, and I'm going to put everything in center like this, right? So everything is going to be something like this. Now what I'm going to do is I'll also come over here and then, you know, set this one to 1280 pixel, and then over here I'll use this one as row horizontal direction, and I'll click on this one, drag in I'll drag in a container over here. I'll drag in a container and duplicate the container. Okay, so I right click and duplicate, so it's going to be something like this. So the reason why I made it row horizontal is I want it to be side by side. Okay, so something like this over here. Now let's look at how this one looks like. So over here we have this particular one, so I'm going to just copy this one over here, come over here, and then drag in a heading over here. Okay, so I'll put in the heading over here, and I'll just change the settings. So I'll come over here and then set this one to you know, anything that you want to set it. It's any how do you call it, font family that you want to set it. Okay, so set it that way so it helps you. So I'm going to use maybe Inter. Okay, I'm going to use Inter over here, and I'll say maybe 55 or maybe 75, depending on how you want it. If you look over here, it's really that bold. Okay, so depending on how you want it, you choose that way. And then I'm going to make it 800 extra bold, and then I'll come over here and choose this one over here. So it's going to be something like this. Right now I also come here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a container again over here, and this time around I'll put in a button. Okay, so I'm going to drag in a button over here. Okay, and if you look at how this one, we have this button and this one also over here. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So this one says watch sermons, this one says plan visit. So I'm going to come over here and then say watch sermon, watch sermon. Okay, watch sermon, and then you can put, you know, the sermons link over here. So I'll say maybe sermons, right? And now I'll just put a link over here. Okay, so basically that is it. I'll go over here to style the button. So I'm going to go over here and then change this one. I have the color that I want already over here, and then this one I'm going to make it you know, the border radius to be 50. Okay, and then over here I'm going to make the top maybe 20, bottom 20, here 40, here also 40. So it's going to be something like this, right? And then over here I'll still use the Inter. So I'm going to use the Inter also over here, and I'll increase the size to like 18 pixel. Okay, so something like this, and I'll come over here and duplicate this one. Okay, so when I duplicate, this is how it's going to be like, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the container, and then I'll change the direction to row horizontal, just like we did for the main container over here. So over here, what does it say? It says plan visit. So instead of watch sermon, I'm going to come over here and say plan visit. Okay, and then inside this one also I'll put the plan inside, and then it will pull it for me, and then I'll just select it. Now I'll go to the style over here, and this time around what I'm going to do is there is no color in it, so what I'll do is I'll just make it transparent, right? I'll make it transparent, and then I'll give it a border, so a solid border of, let's say, 2, and then I'll change the color to white. So I'm going to change the color to white, so it's going to be something like this, just like how this one is. And then with this one also I'll come back so it will be the same size. I'll give this one also a border. Okay, solid, give it a 2, and then also pick the same color, so it's going to be the same height. Okay, so basically that is it. Now what do I do next? So we come over here also. Over here, what are we going to do? We're going to what? We're going to put in something in it. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to do. So first of all, what I want to do is because I want to manipulate this particular how do you call it, this particular container. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to just drag in another container inside. So I'm going to come over here, click on this one, drag in another container inside this main container over here. Oh, so this one should be here, this one should be here. Okay, and then I'm going to drag this one here. Okay, so that this one will be in the container, and I'll copy this one also and then put this one also in that same container. So it's going to be something like this, and then I'll just delete this one. Okay, so this one should also be in this particular container. So this is, oh, okay, so I'm messing everything up. So what I want to do is I want to put this one outside. I want to put this one outside and delete this container. Yep, so it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so forgive me if I'm confusing you, but the containers became plenty and I wanted to delete some of them. So as you can see over here, there is a container, and inside this container there is this one container also, and inside this one container also there is this particular container, and then this item or widget also over here. So it is basically how it is. So it is basically how it is over here. Now the next step is I wanted this container because I wanted to make sure that this container only starts at the top. Okay, so everything in it will just be at the top. Okay, and inside over here I want to put in a divider or a spacer. Okay, so let's say I want to put in a spacer. Okay, so as you can see, I don't know what happened, but the spacer came this side, so I'll drag it over here. So I want to put in a spacer over here, and I'm going to give it like a 400. Okay, so 400 over here, and then I'll still put in some text over here underneath the spacer. Okay, so there is a spacer over here, and then underneath the spacer there are some text over here, and that is this particular text over here. So I'm going to copy this text and then paste it over here. Okay, come over here to style, change this one to enter, and then change this one to 18, and then increase this one to maybe 28. The height, let's make it 38. So it's going to be something like this, right? So as you can see, this is how this one is going to look like, something like this. So this one will be on top, this one will be what will be below it. Okay, so of course you can decide to increase the spacer over here so that it will definitely shift this one way down. Okay, so it's gonna be something something like this, right? All right, so this is too big, so I'm gonna just make it like 400. Okay, so 400 is quite okay. And then over here what I can do is I can just make it space between and even increase the gap between this one to make it, the gap should be what should be more, right? And that is basically how we got this one done. So let me come over here once again and then change this text to white. Okay, change it to white, and as you can see we have this one over here, and just the same as we have over here also. All right, so it's making sense. So it's making sense over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and then give it 40% 40 pixel gap. Okay, so basically I think everything is falling in place now. All right, so once we have everything done, so let me just reduce this one from 600 to 500. Okay, so I think everything is done with the home section over here. But one thing is, if we go over here, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, this is how it's going to be like. And then if you go to the the, how do you call it, the mobile side, this is how it's also going to be like. So we will hide certain things, and then we will allow certain things to show as and when we want it. Okay, but let's just leave it as it is right now, and we'll come back to it, how to customize the mobile responsiveness and all those kind of stuff that come into it. That will be in another lesson now, but for now we are focusing on the desktop, how it will show on the desktop, and then later on we focus on how we make this thing mobile responsive. Okay, so that is, so we are done with our how do you call it, our hero section over here. Now we're going to focus on the next section, which is welcome over here, or the about section over here. So what I will do is, I don't really like the images that I'm seeing, so I want to remove some and then add some to it. So I'm going to remove some one or two image, and then I'll add certain things to it. So let me just look at how these images are. So we have this pastor preaching, we have this people doing Bible studies also, and then we have these people sharing food, and then we have these children also singing. Okay, so and then we have the church also over there, and then we have this one. So it's more than necessary, so I'm going to remove this one, and yeah, I'll leave this two and then add some few additional ones to it. So I'll look for this particular image over here, so I'll add this one, also add this one also, and then yeah, I think that is all. So let me just leave it as it is, and bring this one at the back. This one should be here. I'm going to just insert it, and now we have it done. So let's go to the next section over here. The next section is what we call the welcome or the about section. Okay, so for this section is very simple. Some of the things we've done it already, but this one is so simple. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here, click on the plus sign, click on this one, use this one. Okay, we're going to go to advanced of it, click on link the link, and then give it a top and bottom padding of 80 pixel respectively. I'm going to go to layout over here, choose 1280 pixels, and then come over here, drag in a container in it. I'll duplicate the container to be two different containers, and then I'll click on the 6 dot over here, and I'll change the container direction to row horizontal. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and the gaps I'm going to make it 50 so that there will be more space in it. And then over here I'm going to add an image. Okay, so I'll add an image over here. So as you can see, this is the image. I'm going to go ahead and then choose the image. So the image we are using is this particular one over here. So I'm going to choose the image over here, and let's see how the image looks like. So we have this corner thing over there. So I'm going to go over here and go to style over here, and I'll scroll down and give it a border radius of 14. Okay, so 14 is quite okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this 6 dots over here, go to the layout and put everything in the center. Okay, now I'll come over here, click over here, and then search for icon. Okay, or I'm going to search for box. So you can search for icon box or image box, but I'm going to use image box. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me use an icon box rather than an image box. So specifically I'm going to search for icon and drag in the icon box over here. And what I'm going to do is just going to copy this one, come over here, and then put it over here. Come here, do same for this one, copy, come over here, and then put it over here. Now I'm going to go ahead and make sure that they are all aligned to the left over here, and I'll go to the icons, change the color of the icon to this particular one, come over here, change the icon. Okay, so I'm going to just say maybe church, and let's see if church comes. So we can choose this one if you want. Okay, so it depends on how you want it. So I'm going to just choose this one. Okay, but of course you can choose any church that you want. And then I'll go to style, click on icon again. The size, I'm going to make it 25, which is too small, so 55, which is even too small, so I'll go ahead and make it 150. Okay, so 150 is quite okay. And the content over here, I'll change this one also to Inter. Okay, I'm using Inter for everything. I'll change this one to 55, and then I'll scroll down, and then this one will be 65, so that yeah, it will be quite okay. I'll come over here, change the color over here to this theme color. When you hover, I still want it to be the same theme color over here. Now let me come over here and reduce the space a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead and choose 60 for it. Now let's come to the typography over here. For the description, I'm also going to choose Inter. Okay, I'll choose Inter, and then over here I'll choose 18 for the size. All right, so let's go ahead and then go to box over here, and then content spacing. Okay, I'll give it a little bit of space. So this is how it's going to be like. Now I'll come over here and then copy this whole container over here, come over here, and then right click over here and paste. See that it's going to be at the bottom over here. And what I'm going to do is let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so I'm going to just come here and then choose a color for it. So this is the color we're going to use. The border color also is going to be this one. All right, so this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so now you see that this one is very simple and very easy to fix it or to do. Okay, to create. So now we have this one done, we are good to go. So the next step is for us to do this particular one over here. Now remember that once you are working on it, make sure that you go ahead and publish it. You don't know what will happen to your internet or your website or whatever it is. So whilst you are doing it, make sure that you publish it. So the next stage is for us to do this section also, which is the service time section. So let's go ahead and do it quickly. Alright guys, so our next stage is to design this particular section over here, which is the service times, and it's also very simple to do. So what we are going to do is, now if you look at this section very well, they have the main section over here, and inside the main section there is this section, 2 column section, this one and this one, and inside this particular column there is another 2 different column sections over here, or these different columns over here. And this one and then this one. And inside this particular column, there is also two, so which is this one and this one. So we're going to just break it down over here for you to see. So now let's go ahead and pick structure over here. We pick the structure, and then I'm going to just, as usual, set it, give a padding for it, 80% at the top, or 80 pixel at the top and 80 pixel at the down. And then I also go to layout over here and make sure that it is 1280 pixel. And then what I'll do is I'll leave it as it is right now, because I'll bring another container over here and duplicate this container. Okay, so this particular container is the top one over here. Okay, and then this particular container contains this whole container is also over here. So inside this container I can also bring another two different containers over here. So I'll duplicate this one over here, and then the main container, I'll make sure that it is row horizontal over here, so it's going to be 2 over here. Okay, and then over here also I can bring two different containers also over here and duplicate it, so it's going to be something like this. So this one and then these two. Okay, so that is basically it. So on the first container, first of all, let's give a background to it. So if you look at it, they have a background of that dark blue background. So we're going to go ahead and go to style, give it a background type, and we're going to select our color, which we've already set, which is this particular color over here. So that is what we are going to use. Now I'm going to just select this container over here, and I'm going to reduce the size of this container. Okay, so I'm going to make it like maybe 60%. Okay, over here. Now you see that I shift over here. Okay, so I'm going to come to this main container, go to it layout, and then center everything. Okay, so I'm going to center everything. You see that now it is at the center over here. Now what I'll do is I'll just bring these things over here. So we have the visit, service times, and then this particular one. So the first one will be the visit. So I'm going to copy it, come over here, click on this one, drag in the heading over here, and then put in visit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the font family to Inter, and then I'll make it 18 or maybe 20 or 25. So let's just make it 25. Okay, so which is quite okay. And I'll change the weight to 400. Okay, and I'm going to put it in the middle like this, and I'll change this one to white. All right, so this is visit. Now I'm going to duplicate this one. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this one and make it service times. So I'm going to come over here and remove this one and make it service times. Now this time around I will increase this one to, let's say, 55. Okay, so 55 is quite okay. Now the next one is for me to bring, I'm going to copy this particular text editor over here and then bring it over here. Okay, so the text over there, I'll paste it over here, and it's going to be something like this, and I'll put it in the middle just like that. And then I'll copy this text, copy it, come over here, go to content over here, remove this whole thing and paste this one over here. So now you see that I have my first container. I've done the first section of the main section over here. Now the next one is where again? So the next one is this particular one. Now this one also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a container inside, and then what I will do is I will just make sure that the container have two different containers, one here, one there. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to come over here, drag in a container inside, and then duplicate the container, and then pick the main container over here, and then change this one to this one. So it's going to be something like this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go to advanced of the main container and remove the padding from it. Okay, so I'll also remove padding from all the containers. Right now, if you cannot select the particular container you want, make sure that you use this particular structure over here, this icon over here. You will be going to see wherever you are. Okay, so this is the container that this is the container that houses this whole thing, and this one is the container we are dealing with. So I'm going to remove this one also, but this one I'm going to just give it 20% pixel over here, 20 pixel over here. The reason why is I want space so I can be able to write over here. Now what I'll do is I want to increase the container, this container over here. I want to increase the size of it, so I'm going to go over here and then go to the main container over here, go to its layout, and then you see that it's 100% over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make it let's say 65, okay, and then I'll pick this container also and make it 35. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, right? So this is the right container, and then this is the left container. Okay, so that is exactly what we want. So in this particular container, I'm going to put I'm going to give it a background, and I'm going to put the pasta over there. Okay, so the pasta is going to be over there, so I'll set an image as a background for the container. So let's pick this one. Okay, so this one over here. Okay, so I'm going to pick this one, and as you can see, it's set over there, but make sure that you have it the way you want it. So I'll put it as center, and then I'll say no repeat, and then I'll make it cover. Okay, so basically it's going to be something like this. All right, so now over here I'm going to just drag in some other things in it. So this one, and that one. Okay, so just like we did for this one, exactly the same thing, we can bring it over here. So I'm going to copy this one over here, paste it over here, copy this one also, paste it over here, and then copy this one also, and then paste it over here. All right, so what I'll do is I'll position each one on the left. Okay, so I'm going to go and then make sure that each one of them is on the left hand side. Okay, so now let's try and then edit it. So this one is Accra, so the first one, which is the visit, becomes Accra. So I'm going to go over here and change it to Accra over here, reduce the size a little bit to, let's say, 18, and then the service also will be 120 5th Avenue. So that is the location over here. So I'm going to just put it over here. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. So we can decide to even increase the size a little bit. So let me just increase it to like 65. Okay, so something like this, and then here we copy this text also, and we come and put it inside this one, put it over here. All right, so now that we have this one done, now what again are we supposed to do? So now we are supposed to bring a button over here. Okay, so this link is a button, so we can come over here and click on this one, and then search for button. Search for button, drag the button underneath this one. Okay, and what we are going to do is, this one says plan visit, right? So we're gonna say plan visit. Okay, and then we'll add a link, an icon to it. So an arrow icon will be added to it, so this particular one over here, and we're going to position it this way, and we give a little bit of space for it, and let's go and style it. So we're going to go over here to style it. So the text color, we change it to this one. We don't want any background color. Okay, and also we're going to remove every padding from it, right? And then when you hover over here, we'll give it a hover animation, which will be Bob. Okay, So that is it. When you hover, you're still going to have the same thing over here. So it's going to be something like this, just like the way this one is. So this one, when you hover, it becomes white. Okay, so let's go over here and change this one also to white. So when you hover, it will become white. All right, so basically we are almost through with the left hand the right hand side. Now it's left with the this side also. So almost through doesn't mean we are through. We need to make sure that we surround this whole thing to make it nice. So we place a border around it. So I'm going to go to style over here. So just on this main container that houses everything over here, I'm going to go to style, click on border over here, choose the solid, and then I'm going to place a 2 around all of them, choose the color white, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, so it looks fine, it looks pretty good. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. Right, so we are almost there. We are almost there. Not there yet, but we are almost there. So what I want to do is this one looks more, okay, it looks big. So I'm going to just reduce this one to 55. Yeah, let me just make it like 55. Yeah, so this one looks quite okay. All right, so now let's continue from this side. So on the left hand side too, what is there? We have this particular one over here, which is the icon box, and then also a button. Now remember that we already have the icon box over here already. So all what we need to do is to just copy this one, come over here and paste it over here, right? So paste it over here and start doing your own edit on it. So what is here, this is Sunday, okay, Sunday morning. So Sunday morning, we're going to replace this one with Sunday morning. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and then go to content. Okay, and then change this one to white. Okay, so let's look at why this one is okay. So we couldn't copy the Sunday morning. All right, so I'm going to just copy this one, come over here and paste it over here, making Sunday morning over here. So let's see, when you hover on it, what happens? It changes. Does it change color? This one becomes the same. So this one is white, but we're going to change it to content. We're going to change it to this color over here. Then when you hover, we also change it to this color over here. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and that is Sunday morning. And what is there? So we say available 8 and 10 o'clock services are available. So over here we put the 8 and 10 o'clock services, and then we come over here and we style it. So I'm gonna go over here and change this one from 55 to, let's say, 45, or let's say 40. I'm gonna say 40. Okay, and come over here and change it to white. All right, yeah, so this is quite okay. Now the only thing left for us to do is to make sure that we give an all-round padding around it. So I'm going to give just maybe 40, or 40 is too much, so 30 all-round padding. And over here, what I'm going to do is the icon needs to be white. Oh, okay, so this one is white, and then when you hover, it becomes that color. So the icon needs to be white. So I'm going to pick a white color. Icon needs to be white, and the size of the icon is too much, so let's pick an 80 for it, and then the content also, the color needs to be white. All right, so let's see. So this is how it will be. Okay, so we can decide to go over here and give this one 20, and also come over here and give this one also maybe 15. And then what we can do is we pick this one, go and then go to border, we give it an orange solid border of 2, and we change the color to white. All right, so we do same for this one also, but before we do that, I don't want to go and then do everything all together, so I want to duplicate. So I right click on the container and then click on duplicate, and then I'll delete this particular one over here, and then I have this one. So we are not done. We will copy this particular one and then paste it over here, and then paste it also over here. So it's going to be something like this, right? So what again? Okay, so with this one also, we're going to click on this one and then make sure that we position everything in the center. So when you position it like this, this is how it's going to be like. So you don't use the main container, you use the second container over here, and then position everything in the middle like this. So as you can see, it becomes in the middle. Okay, so let's focus on the left hand side also. So let's see how this one looks. This is Sunday morning and this is Wednesday, right? So over here we need to change this. So it means that the icon over here, we don't have anything Sunday, right? So we need to bring in something that will work for us, because there is no Sunday and there is no Wednesday in our icons. So it means that we cannot use this particular widget. We need to use a widget called image box. Okay, so we have to come over here and then use an image box. So let me see if I copy this one, it will work. So let me just copy the style and paste the style. It didn't work, so it means that we need to redo everything again. So over here, what I'll do is I'll just I'll position this one this way, and this one says what, Sunday. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here and then paste this one as Sunday, and then this one says what, 8 and 10 o'clock. So I'm going to come over here and then paste this one also over here, come over here and then style it. So I'm going to style this one. So I'm going to just say enter, put it over here and make it 40, and then change this one to white, and when you hover on it, it becomes this color. Okay, now let's go over here and change this one also. Now we're going to bring in these two Sunday and Wednesday calendars into it. So I'm going to just drag it inside this one and select the Sunday one. So as you can see, this is Sunday. Of course, you can manipulate it to make it anyhow you want it. And let's go over here and go to content again. Click over here, change this one to enter, and then this one will be like an 18. Okay, so we're gonna come over here and change this one to white. All right, so we have this one also done. I want to go to the box and then content spacing. Okay, all right, so this is quite okay. So I'll go over here and give it a space of 15. Like this is also quite okay. Now I can delete this one. I can delete this one here, and then I can copy this one and also bring it, paste it here, and delete this one also. So this one will be Wednesday evening. This is going to be Wednesday evening, and then The time will also be what? Midweek service at 6:30. Right, so midweek service at 6:30. All right, so basically that is it. So I'm going to just remove this one, and then rather increase this one to 25, or maybe 30. Let's say 30. Okay, the same thing, go over here, remove this one and increase this one to 30. All right, so now we have everything set up. Now the next one is for us to remove, see this container that houses these two containers, there is a padding around it. Okay, that is why there is space. That is why this one is not in line with this particular one. So we want to remove it, so we go over here and then we unlink the padding, or we give it a padding of 0. Okay, and as you can see, everything works perfectly fine, and this is how it looks like. Okay, everything looks fine, everything looks aligned perfectly, and that is this section also done. Okay, so you just need to make sure that the sizes that you want, you actually achieve them, okay, by adjusting everything over here. So I think this is also done. Make sure that you set up visit as visitors instead of plan a visit and all those things. So instead of plan a visit, we can say visit as. The same thing apply to this one also. We can also say visit as. All right, so our section, this section is also, service section is also done. We can go ahead and publish it. All right, so once we are done over here, we go to the section that displays our sermon, but we're not going to do this one because we don't have any sermon to display, right? We haven't created the sermon group item. We haven't created the ACF for the post types. We haven't created the group fields. We haven't created any template. We haven't done anything. So this, we are not going to do it now. So we skip that part. We leave a space over there, and then we come to this place, which is the ministry. Okay, which is the ministry aspect of the whole website. So this one also it looks similar to this one. Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and then see how best we can be able to design it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to over here, and then I'm going to just create a container over here, and then in this container I'll just give it maybe 400 pixel. Okay, and then leave it just like that, so that let me come over here, give it 80 at the top, 80 at the bottom, and then later on we come, and then this is where we're going to place our carousel for the sermons over here. Okay, so that one we're going to leave it just like that. Now let's go to the next one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this one, this whole container. I'm going to copy it and then come and paste it over here. So I'm copying everything that we've done and paste it over here, because I feel like it is almost similar. So we have ministry, and then we have this one. So over here I'll copy the ministry, come over here, and then replace it with this one. So we have ministry, and then raising young believers in Christ. I'm going to copy this one also, and then I'm going to paste it over here, and then I will delete this one. And then what I'll do is I'll click on this container and increase the size to 80. Okay, so basically we have something like this. All right, so now what else? So the next one for us is to make sure that we adjust these containers. Okay, so how do we adjust these containers? Now this is one container, and this is also another container. So the things in it, we can be able to bring it inside here. Okay, so what first things first, so I'm going to just come over here and delete this one. I'll click on this one. So let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so this one looks like something like this, right? Looks like this one is smaller and this one is bigger. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here. Let me just redo what I just did. So this one is smaller, this place is bigger, and this, let's see, okay, this place is bigger and this one is smaller. Okay, so what I would do is, okay, yeah, so we can do it, we can still do it. So I'm going to go over here, and then I will click on this one and reverse the rows. Okay, I'm going to reverse the rows over here, and then this particular one over here, let me see, this main row, okay, this main row, instead of 65, I'm gonna make it like 35. Okay, and then this one, okay, this particular one, instead of 35, I'm gonna make it 65. So it's gonna be something like this. And then this row, okay, I will make it something like this. So it's gonna be something like this, right? So as you can see, it is turning out beautifully. And then over here we say this one is what, next. So I'll copy this one, replace it with this one, copy this one, also replace it with this one, copy this one over here. I'm gonna copy this one over here and come over here and replace it with this one over here. So it's gonna be something like this, So let me go over here and reduce the size a little bit. So yeah, something like this is quite okay. And over here, all what I'll do is I'll increase the the size. So I'll make it 300, which will be something like this. Okay, let's leave it here like that, like 300, like this. And let's focus on the right hand side also. So on the right hand side we have 4 different containers over here. So 4 different containers. So we have this container, we have this container, and we have this container. Okay, and inside this container we have 2 different containers. So what I'll do is I'll delete this one. Let's see. Okay, so I'll delete this one, and then I'll come over here. Okay, so let me just also delete this one also. Delete this one also, and then over here I'm going to bring a container inside, or I can just copy this container and then paste it here, and what I'll do is I'll duplicate it. So I'm going to duplicate the container, so it's going to be like this, right? So this over here, I am going to do it like this. Okay, and then this one, yeah, so we have this one, and I'm going to come over here, copy this one and paste it here. Okay, so it's not working. Let me try and see. Copy this one. Okay, it's not working, but I can pull a container inside, so don't worry, I'm going to pull a container inside. Okay, so this is the container that I'm going to pull inside, and I'll just make sure that I have a height of maybe 250 or 200. Okay, 200 like this, and then I'll give it something like this. So it's gonna be the children's ministry. So I'll select this one, I'll make it center, then I'll make it cover, and I'll say no repeat. All right, so it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so we do same for this one also. So I'll copy this one, and okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here and paste it. Okay, so now everything is working. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove the how do you call it, the border radius, or the border that was over here. So I'll say none, and also remove the padding. So I'll remove the padding, and I'll pick the containers one by one and give it a border. Okay, so I'll come here, give it a border of 2, and it's going to be a white border. All right, so I'll do same for this container also. Come here, give it a border, and a solid border of 2, and then I'll also make it white. Okay, so as you can see, this one is making sense. Now all what I need to do is to duplicate this top container. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate the top container. Okay, now we have this, so now I can go ahead and delete this one. All right, so now we have this particular containers over here. Okay, so what are we doing? So what we will do is we have to just fill in the spaces over here. So as simple as that. This is growth. So we come over here and we change this one to growth, and then this is children's ministry. So we copy it, and then we come over here and we change it to children's ministry, and then we come over here and reduce this one to 30. So children's ministry, and then over here we say raising young believers in Christ. So we come over here and then we paste this one over here. So what I will do is I'll remove the padding over here and give it a negative, and then negative top and bottom margin. Okay, because this one have a whole lot of margin, like padding and margin over here. So I'll just shift it up a little bit. All right, so as you can see, this is how it has become. Now just right click over here, copy this one, paste style. Okay, so this one goes up a little bit. The same thing, this one is youth fellowship. You copy it, just copy it. I'm gonna copy it, come over here and paste it in. Copy this one, and paste it in. Okay, so the same thing, you can go over here and give it -20 at the top, -20 at the bottom. All right, so we have this one also done. Okay, so this one done. Then since all is specifically the same, I'll just delete this one, and then let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here, this container here, and then not the one inside, this one, and then I'll duplicate this one rather. So we have something, something like this. Right, so over here I can now shift it a little bit to like maybe 600 or 500. All right, so this is quite okay. So we can go ahead and then insert the images that we want to insert. So this image over here, I can go ahead and come over here and insert all the images that I want to use in the website. So I'll insert the image over here. So yeah, so this one also children's ministry. This one is for the youth. So I'll also insert which one. Okay, so for the youth, okay, so this particular one over here, I'm gonna insert this one over here, and then do so for all of them. Do the changes and other stuff. Just anything that you want to. So this is for the women. So this is for the women. So this one is what women, and this one is women of faith, and then you change this one, and then over here you bring the women of faith in it. We select this one and put it over here. And then the last one is also for worship ministry. So of course we copy the worship ministry over here, and then we bring it over here. Then we change this one as worship. We come over here and then we use this one. So this one is we go to style, we change this one to the women who are worshiping, this particular one. Okay, so this is what how this side or this section also was done. So you can go ahead and publish it. Okay, and now we are done with this section also. So our next section is the event section, which that one also we're going to leave it there. We just do this part and then leave the rest there. Okay, and then we are done. We go to the next or the last section over here, which is the ready to join section. So let's go ahead and then finish the whole thing up. So we're gonna come over here and then also add a container over here for the event. So we're gonna go ahead and give a top and bottom padding. So we give a top padding of 80, a bottom padding of also 80, and then I'm going to change this one to 1280 pixel. Okay, and then inside here I'll bring a container, and I'm going to duplicate this container to be 2, and this container I'll make it 60, and then what I'll do is I'll center all of them. So I'm going to center all of them. So over here we will bring our coming event and all those things. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna copy this one, come over here, yeah. So let me just drag in a widget over here and paste this one over here, and then I'll come over here and copy this one. I'm gonna copy this one, come over here and paste, go over here and change the color to this one. I'll copy this one also, and then I'm gonna paste it also inside this one. Go to style, and I'm gonna change the color of the text to this one. All right, so now I'm gonna come over here and then cut this one from here, come over here, go to content and make it common, and then also go back over here, cut this one from here, go over here, go to content and make it event. So it's gonna be event over here. Now the next one is to copy this one and then paste it over here. So we're gonna come over here, cut this one also from here, and then let's delete this one, come over here, and then paste this one also over here. So I'm gonna go here and then change the color. So it's gonna be something like this. Now over here I want to put everything in the middle. Okay, so make sure that this one is in the middle, this one is also in the middle, and this one is also in the middle. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. So we have the events and other stuff also done. So the only thing I'll do is I'll just change this one from 400 to maybe 600, and that, my friend, is done. So this is the event, and I'm going to just publish it. Over here is where we're going to add our loop, grid and carousel and other stuff over there. So we go to the next section, which is the last section, and this is going to be this one. So the event, we'll add this button also over here. But let's go to the last session. The last session is ready to join us, take the next step and all those things. So we're gonna come over here and add a container. Let me see if I can be able to use this container and delete some of them. Okay, let me just create them from scratch. So I'll just add a container over here. I will go ahead and give a padding to it, so the top and bottom padding of 80 pixel. Come over here, give it a background. So I'm going to give it a background image of this particular image, which is our church grounds. And then what again, I'll give it a background overlay. So I'll use this, I'll use the theme color as the background overlay, and I'm going to make it 80 or 95, okay, or even 98. All right, so once this is done, and what I'll do is I'll add two different containers in it. Okay, so two different containers. This first one, I'll make it 50 pixel, and this second one, I'll add an image inside it. So with this image, I'm going to add this people over here. Okay, this people over here, and the first container should be in the middle. So I'll click on this main container over here, come over here and put everything in the middle like this. Now I'm going to copy some few things over here to use. So I'll copy this one, paste it over here. I don't want to style them, that is why I'm just copying and pasting. I'll copy this one also and paste it over here, and then I'll come over here and then I'll just copy this one, and then inside here I'll ask ready to join. So this is not supposed to be here, so I'll delete this one, come over here, copy something like this, okay, paste it here, put it in the middle or center the words, and then I'll say take your first step. I'll copy this one also, and then remove this one and paste it over here. All right, so take your first step, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this container. So I'll copy this container, going to copy it, scroll down to where it says take your first step. Inside this container I'll paste the container. Okay, so it's gonna be like this, and then over here I'm gonna put them in the middle, and then this one I'll say visit us, visit us, and I'm going to change the color to one of our colors. So that particular color is not really here, but you can find that color in the customizer side. So I'm going to copy the color code. Okay, oh, I still have the color code somewhere here, so let's see. Okay, so this is the color code. Okay, so I'm copying it. So let me just close this one first, come over here and paste this color code over here. All right, so the reason why I copied this is I want to use this color code. So I'm going to save it because we're going to use it throughout the website. So it's going to be green, and then I'll just save it. Now I'll use that same color code. So now if I scroll down, I see the green over here for the button also. So we do same for the contact us also. So we click over here, and this one we say it's contact us, right? And then we go to the style. We change this one to white. Okay, we go to this place and we also change it to white. All right, so basically this is it. This is how it looks like, and as you can see, we have everything done. So if you want to also turn your buttons this way, you can also do it. I mean, of course, you can click over here, go to hover. Okay, and then when you hover, you want this one to be white, and then you want the background to be this color. You want this one also to be this color. So it's going to be like this, and then you want a hover animation, which is Bob. So we're gonna give it like this, right? So you see, and then the same thing appears to this one also. So this one, when you hover, it becomes like this. This one too. Okay, so we're gonna go over here and then click on this one, and then we go to hover. So when you hover, we want this one also to be white. We want the background to be this, and then we want the border also to be this. So this is how it's going to be like. All right, and then we also have hover animation, which we are using Bob. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like, and I think we can go ahead, click over here, and maybe reduce the spacing over here, and click on publish. Now if you go to the front end and refresh it, we are getting similar website just like this particular one over here. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. Everything looks pretty well perfect. Okay, over here, the only thing left for us to do in the home page is to make sure that we have this this section done, which we have to create a loop. Okay, and then we also have to create event post types, and then also sermon post type. So this is the sermon post type. The same thing applies to this one, which is the event post types. So basically we are through, and with the first or the second section of this website creation, or the first session of this website creation. The next episode, we are going to talk about the post types. We are going to talk about post types with ACF, how we can be able to use ACF to create post types, and how we can be able to assign these post types in different templates using Elementor. How do you even call it? Elementor. So in the next episode, what we are going to do is we are going to create all the post types using ACF. We're going to go more into ACF, go more into how we can use the theme builder to create all the loop items, and then also how we can be able to create templates for the website, customize the website well to make sure that we are custom creating the website. And that is exactly what we are doing in the next episode. So don't go anywhere, go straight to the next episode and watch it. Now in this particular video, what we are going to do is to start creating the post types in ACF, and then also we will start creating all the other templates that makes these post types work. Okay, so without wasting much time, let's get into it. Now if you are new over here, we are creating a church website, and this particular church website is basically a modern church website using Elementor and Elementor Pro and all the great themes that we can be able to use. We are using the Kadence theme, which is a very great theme, and WordPress as well. So let's jump into it. Now we're going to go back to the back end of the website, and we are going to we've already installed the ACF plugin over here. So what we are going to do is we're going to create what we call a post type. Okay, so we're going to create two post types. Now if you see the main church over here, we have the sermon, and then we also have event over here. Okay, now that is these two post types that we are going to create. So we come over to the dashboard over here, and then we're going to hover on ACF over here, and then we click on post types. So we're going to create two different post types. We're going to create one which is the sermons, and then two which is the event post types. So we click over here to create the sermon post type. So what we're going to do is we're going to say sermons. Okay, that is for plural. Okay, so it means that if it is more, it is called sermons. Now if it is less, we're going to say just sermon, and then the post type key, if I click outside, is going to fill in for me over here. Okay, now taxonomy, we can be able to select the category taxonomy over here. So we're going to use the category taxonomy over here. So it means that when we select this one, which is the existing taxonomy to classify items of the post type. So if you look at post over here, we have categories over here. These are all taxonomies. So category and tags, these are all taxonomies. Okay, so we want to classify these post types or this post item into category or into groups. Okay, and that is what we selected over here. So it wanted to show public. You can choose it to show hierarchical if you want, just like the web pages and other stuff does, but I'm going to just leave it alone. And then I'm going to show advanced configuration over here, and then make sure that you select some of these things, especially post format and then post attributes. I'm going to select them, and then yeah, I think that's all. Check labels and see if everything is filled in over here. Visibility also, check it and see what you want. So with this one, this is sermon, so I'm going to choose something which looks like maybe a book or something. So I'm going to say maybe book, and I'm going to use this particular one over here, so like a Bible or something. Okay, and basically that is it. So go into the URL over here, and what I want you to do is to just toggle this one on. Okay, toggle it on, and then it says what has an archive, blah blah blah, and then choose this one as what, as sermons. Okay, so we're going to choose this one as sermons, so we're going to choose the slag. That is where it will go if you create an archive for it. An archive is just like a place where all sermons are put together. Okay, so that is basically it. So the URL is going to be sermons. Now the reason why I'm using this URL is because I want it to match the same URL as this one, which is the sermons over here. Okay, we've already created the page, so we just need something to link them together. That is all. And then I think that is all over here. So permissions, make sure that this one is toggled on, and then that is all. So we're gonna click on save changes over here, and our post type is created. Okay, now we've created the sermons post type. We need to create fields for this particular post type. So if you see this is the sermon over here. We have all sermons, we have add new sermon, we have what categories over here. Okay, but we want to create fields for it. So the fields are, when you want to add a new sermon, those fields that will come for you to fill the meta boxes and all those things. We want to create those fields for it. So we want to go over here and then click on add fields. So we're going to click over here, and then as you can see, you can name it anyhow you want, but I'm going to just leave this one as sermon fields over here. And then we're going to create some fields over here. So I have some list over here that I want to look on. The first field I'm going to create is sermon summary. Okay, so sermon summary is going to be a text area over here, and I'm going to name it sermon summary. I'll click outside, and basically that is all. Now I'll just toggle this one to close the the details over here, and I'll click on this one which says add field, and then the second field I'll create is the speaker or the pastor. Okay, so this one is going to be a text field, and the label is going to be speaker stroke pastor over here. And then yeah, I'll leave it as it is over here. So you can check on this ones if you want to. If it is required, you can put on the required the presentation over here also, and then the conditional logic. So make sure that anything that advanced thing that you want to do it over here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and add another field also over here, and that field is going to be the sermon date. Okay, so this is a date field, so I'm going to select search for date. So just search for date or date picker over here, and then I'll put in over here which says sermon date. Click outside over here, and it's going to fill in. So you can check on you can check how you want the date to also what populate in the front end or display in the front end. Okay, you can check all of them out, how you want it to display. So the format display when editing is this one, so I want it to be this. And the format display also when showing at the front end in template is also going to be this one. So let's look at how this one works. So I'm going to go ahead and then click on sermons over here. I want to see how the sermons are displayed. So even over here, the date did not even come over here. So I didn't show any date over here, right? I just showed the the duration and all those things. I did not show any date, so I'm not really worried about how the date is going to display. So I'll use this particular one over here. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and then add another field also. So let me just hide all these ones and then click on add another field also over here, and I'm going to go ahead and then copy sermon duration. So this one is also going to be a text field over here, and I'm going to say sermon duration, and that is it. I'll hide this one also over here, add another field, and this field is going to be featured Bible verse. Okay, so this is also going to be a text field, and then I'm going to just add this one over here, and then I'll close this one. I'll come over here and then also add the video URL field. So I'll copy this one, also add another field, and then come over here and search for URL. So you can search for the URL that you want. Okay, so I'm going to use this URL over here, and I'll say video URL. So if you have any video URL, you can put it over there, and that is it. I'll come to the next one, which is audio file also over here. So of course you can set an audio file and then also a PDF or notes file. So over here I'm going to just say maybe file. I'm going to choose a file over here. Okay, and then I'll just say audio file. Okay, and that is it. I'll click outside, and basically that is how it's going to show over here for us. So the return value, you can choose anything that you want to, the file array, the file URL, or the file ID. So the file array is correct, and then the library, if you want all or what is uploaded to the post, you can choose it. So I'm going to leave it as it is. Now click on add another one again, and that one is going to be the sermons notes or PDF. So I'll copy this one, click over here, and then over here also I'm just going to search for file over here, and then I'll hit and I'll paste it over here, and then click outside, and just like we did for the file, this is how this one is also going to be like. So these are the fields that we have created over here. Okay, these are the fields that we have created. Now you can come to the presentations and all those things. You make sure that everything is correctly set, the group settings and all those things. So make sure that everything is displayed well. So display title, you can put the title over here if you want. Okay, anything that you want to put, the description and all those things. This is shown on the edit screen of the field group meta box to use instead of the field group title. So you know, anything that you want to show over here, you can show it, you can type it over here, and then if everything is okay, just click on save changes over here. All right, so now we have you know, created the field group for the sermons. Okay, so if you click over here and then we click on add new sermon, which I'm going to open in a new tab, you see these are all the field groups that we have created. Okay, these are all the field group that we have created, and that is what the meta box is. If I close this one, now I'm going to have the title, the the description, and then the meta box is showing down below over here. Okay, so now let's look at how we can be able to add sermons over here. So this is the title of the sermon, this is the title of the sermon. So I'm going to just copy this one. I'll copy this one, come over here, put the title over here, and with this one it says what the whole thing. Okay, that is the sermon outline over here. So I'm just going to copy this one. I'll copy this one, come over here, and then paste it over here. Okay, so that is what the sermon outline. Now when you come over here, you can get featured image over here. So I'm going to click over here and then just add any featured image over here. So of course you can choose any featured image that you want. So let's say I want to choose this man over here. I'll just choose this man over here, and then if I come over here, there are categories over here. I can be able to add a category. Okay, so I can be able to add a category, and then what is the category over here? I want to see the category. It says what? Faith and spiritual growth. So I'll come over here and put in faith and spiritual growth over here, and then that is all. I'm going to add the category, and I have a category which says faith and spiritual growth. Now I'll click on the meta box over here and then fill in everything over here. So the summary is not showing over here, but if you go if you click and go into the sermons, you see that this is the summary that we wanted to show. So I'll copy this one and come over here and paste it over here. Okay, now the speaker, you can put the speaker over there. So who is the speaker? It says Reverend Daniel Mensah, right? So I'm going to copy over here and put it over here. The sermon date, you can pick a date that the sermon was shared. So I'm going to just pick January, let's say 25th January, and then the sermon duration, I would say maybe 30 minutes. And then featured Bible verse, you can put any featured Bible verse over here. So I'm going to say maybe Jeremiah 29, 29 verse 11. Okay, and then video URL, you can put a video URL over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and then go click inside it, and I'll just copy this video URL over here. So copy this one. So then let's look the look 1520. Okay, so over here I'll put in the video URL over here, and then I'll say Luke 15 verse 20, right? And then audio file, you can add an audio file. If you have an audio file over here, you can add it. If you have a PDF note also, you can be able to add it also over here. So basically we are done over here, and then we can go ahead and click on publish. So now we have one sermon published that we can be able to use, and that is how the sermon really works. Now if I click on to view the sermon, this is how it's going to give me. It won't give me that kind of all the fields that is shown over here. No, because we have to create this particular template for it to display everything that we have created over here. Okay, so we have to create a template to display it, and we will come over there. But let's go quickly and then create the other post type, which is the event, and then we can be able to go ahead and start creating all the templates and then the loop items that we will have to use on the website. So I'm going to go back over here to ACF over here, and I'm going to go to post types also over here. And we have one post type already, which is the sermon. Now let's go ahead and click on add new over here to add the event post type. So I'm going to add event over here. I'll click outside. So let me just say event, click outside, movie, I say movie, singular, event is going to be event, just event without an S, and the post type key is already filled in because of the event. Now select taxonomy. We're going to use category just like we did for the last time, and then we show advanced configurations over here, and then make sure that you select this once, post attribute, post format over here, and I think that is all. Go to labels over here, check the labels, go to visibility over here, and then check the visibility. And this time around, event, let's see what we can use for event. So let's search for location. Okay, so we can use this one for all events, okay, if you want, or we can use any other thing for event. Okay, so basically just look at something that you feel is comfortable for your event, and then you can use. So I'm going to use date for or calendar for event. So I'm going to choose this calendar over here, and yeah, so okay, so this one is quite okay. The URLs over here, I'll say archive over here. I'll toggle archive, and then over here I'll just use the event slag over here, and permissions, check and see if this one is toggled on, and if everything is all right, click on save changes over here. So now that our events are created, you can see them over here. Okay, so as you can see, we have events, sermon, and then we have events. Now we need to create the fields just like we created for sermons over here. So I'm going to click on add fields. Okay, so add fields. So the first field that we want to add is the event start date. Okay, so we have event start date. So we're going to choose a date picker. So we click on date picker, and then this one is going to be event start date. Okay, so basically we have the display format over here, and let's look at how this event display. Okay, so let's go to event and let's see how the date display. Okay, so the date is displayed just like this one. So we're going to come over here and choose this particular one over here. All right, so now that we are done, we can just go ahead and then toggle this one and then hide all details, and we click on this one again, and that one also we're going to pick date again. So date over here, and this one is going to be event end date. Okay, so event end date. Okay, and then we click outside over here, and this is how it's going to also be. So the end date, we're going to choose this one again, and I think that is all. So let's hide all the details over here, and then let's go to the next one, which is what? Event summary. So event summary, we're going to click on this one. This time around, we're going to use a text area over here, and then we say event summary. Okay, so basically that is it. Go to validation, go to presentation, check on the logic and all those things, and if everything is okay, you hide the details and you click on this one, which will also give you the event time, right? Event time. So we're going to come over here and then click on what? Time. So time picker over here, and then this one is going to be event time. Okay, we click outside over here, and how do you want the time to to show over here? You can just check it and then do it the same way. All right, so if it is required, check validation and all those kind of conditional logic and all those things, and we are good to go. So the next one, what again do we have? Event location. So we're gonna go over here and click over here, and then also with this one, what do? We search for location, maybe map. Okay, we have Google Map over here, or first of all, let's look for just a text field. Okay, so we want a text field over here for event location. Okay, and then we are good to go. This is just going to be a text field, and then the next one is the map. Okay, so the map is Google Map over here. So we can come over here and then search for map, and we're going to use this one over here, and then we say Google Map. Okay, so you put in your Google Map and everything over here. You can put in if you have the center and everywhere you want it to do, you can just put in all these details over here, and that is it. You can check the validation, you can check the conditional logic and presentation, all of them. Make sure that you check it. All right, now the next one too we are going to deal with is let's see, this one is event type. Okay, so event type, you can use selection. Okay, we can use selection over here. Even with this one, you can decide to not even use anything. Okay, you can decide to ignore this one because we have category also over there already. But of course, let's just go ahead and then do the select over here. So with the event type, you can go ahead and then either choose selection or checkbox, anyhow you want it. So let's go ahead and choose select over here, and once we are done over here, we click on this one to type in this one, and then type outside, and then we put our choices over here. It says what? Enter each choice on a new line. Okay, enter each choice on a new line. So let's see the event. So we have let's say worship night youth conference. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and say worship night. We have youth conference. Okay, so maybe prayer time. Okay, you can list as many events as you want to list over here. And then the reason why I was telling you that you can decide to avoid this one is because once you do it over here, you can't change it again unless you still come to this page to add some over here. But if you use the category aspect to set your your event type, that one will be very good. Okay, but let's just go ahead and see how everything plays around. So you can decide to allow multiple selection and all that. Okay, I'm going to just leave it as it is over here, and then present validation, presentation, logic, check all of them. If everything is all right for you, you can just close it. And let's come over here to the registration required field. So sometimes you want users or church members to register for events before they will be permitted. So if the registration is required, we're going to choose the true or false. So search for true or false over here, and then ask if registration is required. Okay, so display a message, whatever message that you want to display, you can display it over here. Check the required field, or the logic, the validation field. Check the presentation field also. Okay, and then check the logic, conditional logic field. Now we're going to use conditional logic on the next one, which we are going to use, which is the registration link over here. Now we'll click on this one, and then over here we'll say registration field, right? So we're going to use the URL. We're going to use maybe URL over here, and we're going to say registration link. Okay, so this is going to be our registration link, and validation over here if it is required. But let's look at presentation, which everything is fine, and let's go to conditional logic. Now we're going to add conditional logic over here, right? Now we want to show this field if the person check one of this one. Okay, so registration required value is what is checked. Okay, if it is checked, then we want to show this field. If it is not checked, this field should be hidden. Okay, that is all what it means. Let's go to the next one, and then which we're going to add speakers or event speakers. So I'm going to add a different field over here. Let me just go ahead and close this particular field and open this one, and then the speakers, I'm going to use text area over here. Okay, I'm going to use text area over here, and I'll say event speakers, and then that is basically all. So we have added all our event fields over here. We can go ahead and click on save changes over here, and we are good to go. So now our events are added, event field are added. Now when we go to event over here, and then we go to all events, we don't have any event over here, but we can click on add new event, and then we're going to have all these meta boxes over here for us to fill. Okay, but I'm going to hide this one first, and then event title will come, and then the description also will come. So let's look at one event over here. I'm going to say prayer and worship, right? Prayer and worship. So what prayer and worship, we are going to create prayer and worship event. So I'm going to come over here and add it over here, prayer and worship, and then let me just open this event in another field over here. All right, so this is the full event page over here. Okay, so I open it in another tab over here, and as you can see, we have the event summary or the description over here. So I'm going to just copy this one, come over here, and I'm going to put it over here. So let me just close this one. So this is just just an event summary over here. Now let's go to the meta boxes over here, and we're going to pick event date. Okay, so what is the event date over here? So February 28, 2026. So we're going to go over here and pick the date, which is February 28, 2026. Okay, and then end date also is going to be the same day. Okay, now event summary also, we are picking this summary over here. We're going to pick this summary over here and put it over here, right? And then event time. Okay, what is the event time? Let's see. the time for the event is 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. So with this one, we could have just used a normal time over here, but as you can see, we chose time picker. So we're gonna come over here and then just pick a time over here, so which is what, 6 p.m. Okay, so event time is 6 p.m. right? So let's select it, and then the location, event location, I'll say maybe Accra over here, and then over here we can also put the map over here. Now it said it cannot load correctly, but I'm just going to put Accra over here. I know on the front end it will show Accra for me, so I'm not worried. Now the event type, you can choose the event type you want to choose. Now if it is registration is required, then you see the link will show over here. Okay, but if there is no registration required, the link will not show, and that is what perfect. Now event speakers, let's see who are the speakers. So we have 2 speakers over here, Apostle Joseph Mensah and Reverend Daniel Mason. Okay, so we're gonna come over here and put them over here. All right, so now we are done over here, and we can go ahead and click on event over here, set a featured image for it. So we can set this event featured image for it. You can set a featured image. So let me just choose one of these and then set it as a featured image, and then we can also go ahead and add some categories over here. So remember, we have category. We can go ahead and say maybe prayer or worship time or whatever it is. Okay, so maybe worship. So what is the okay, so worship night. So you can say worship night, and we can go ahead and add the category. All right, so now that we are done with the event, we can go ahead and click on publish to publish the event. All right, so our events are published now. If you click on here to view the event, this is how it's going to be like. You only see any proper thing. So now we have one event done, we have one sermon done. Now we can go ahead and then create our template that will be able to show these events for us. So first of all, we want to create the how do you call it, the loop items first, and then after that we create the template also. So these are the loop items that we are talking about, how it shows over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with sermon over here. So we're going to start with sermon. So this is how the sermon loop looks like. Okay, very simple, 2-side thing. So we're going to go ahead and then hover on Elementor over here, click on theme builder. I'm going to open a new tab over here. Okay, so let me just close this one and also close this one. Okay, now we're going to go to loop item, click over here, and we click on add new over here. All right, so this is the item that we want to the loop that we want to create. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like over here. Okay, so you can check it out on all different all different devices over here. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click over here, click on this one, and then click on this particular one over here, and then I'll click here. Okay, I'm going to click here and add a container over here, and then inside this particular container, or I can decide to even duplicate this container, and then over here I'll just make it like this, right? So I'm having 2 different things over here. Okay, now if I like, I can even go ahead and check out the settings and all those things over here and see if I can be able to adjust this settings over here. Okay, but I think I'm okay with this one, so everything is quite okay for me. Alright guys, so now that we are over here, I'm going to click on this one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in a featured image over here. Okay, so I'm going to drag in a featured image over here, and what I'm going to do is also click over here, and then the query settings over here is going to be post. The previous settings over here is also going to be I'm going to use sermon over here. Okay, so I'm going to use sermon over here, and then yeah, I think that is all. And then also over here, the loop item, I'm going to say maybe sermon loop. Okay, sermon loop, and then I'll come over here and click on apply. Okay, so you see that it's going to what pick all the sermon items into this particular fields that we're going to set over here. So let's look at this one over here, and then I'm going to just go to the sermons over here, and I want to see how the sermons looks like. So as you can see, this is what listen, and then we have this one which says grace over here. So we just have to put in the listen, and then all these things will just fill in for us. So we're going to come over here, and then over here I'm going to drag in heading widget over here, and then this heading widget I'm going to say listen over here. Okay, and after that I'm going to come over here and drag in post title also underneath this one. So post title, you see it comes, and then the next one I'll drag in a text editor over here, and this text editor, I'll click on the dynamic post over here and scroll down to ACF over here, and then click on this settings icon, click on this one, and what I'm going to do is to just type in click on the sermon summary over here. Okay, so we're gonna have sermon summary displaying over here, and then right after that, what again? Yeah, so we're gonna have this also over here, 1 2 3 items over here. So I'm gonna come over here, come here, and then click on this one, and then I'm gonna look for what we call what again. Okay, I'm gonna look for icon box. Okay, so I'm going to choose an icon box over here, and this one we're going to remove everything from here, but this we'll choose an ACF. So we're going to come over here and choose an ACF, click over here, and then over here we're going to say speakers and pastors. So let's see, yeah, speaker or pastor. So we come over here, and with this one we're going to select maybe a user. Okay, so let's look at a user that wears suit or something like that. So yeah, this guy over here, we're gonna select this guy. Okay, so we selected this guy, and what we are going to do is we're gonna come over here and we position it this way. Okay, position it this way and this way also, and then we're gonna come to content over here and make sure that we do some few editing over here. So enter, we style it, and then this one we're gonna say maybe 14. Okay, so the icon also, we go ahead and choose the theme color over here, and then we choose what we want. So I'm gonna say maybe 25 for the icons also over here. So basically let's see, yeah, so for the text color, for the title also, we're going to choose the strongest text over here. So let's do it this one also. We're going to go to style, we go ahead and then change this one. We can change it to inter or playfair, playfair display. So either this one or that one, and I'm going to use 45 for this one, and then I'll choose the strongest text over here. I'll do same for this one also. I'll come here, with the text, I'm going to choose this one, and then over here I'll choose enter, and then over here I'm going to choose maybe 17. All right, so with this one also I'm going to come over here, change this one to enter, and then this one I'm going to choose yeah, let me choose 17, and then I'll say I'm going to use the strongest text also. All right, so let's see how it looks like. So yeah, just like this. So I think it's getting, you know, what we need. Now what I'll do is I'll click over here, and when I hover, I don't want it to change color. I want it to be where it is. So I'm going to duplicate this particular one. I'll duplicate it 2 times so that I'm going to have this ones over here. All right, so now that I have this one, I'm going to just go ahead and then see how this one looks like. So this one is the time, this one is the how do you call it, the category. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and then choose this one, come here, select this one, come over here, change this one to duration, change this one to clock or time. So let me choose clock over here, and then yeah, and then this one also it's going to be category, right? So I'm going to come over here and show the folder. Okay, so I'm going to choose a folder over here, and this one what I will do is I don't have an ACF over here, but I'll close this one, go over here, and then I'll go to post terms over here. Okay, post terms over here, come over here and then choose category, right? So category should be able to work for me. Okay, so as of now, as you can see, I can click over here and then center everything the way I want it. So it's gonna be something like this. Now you don't see it as good over here now, but you understand you know it when we are using it in the main page. Let's click on this one also, and in this one on the tablet mode, we want to change it. We want to change it to show like this. Okay, we want to change it to show like this, not like this, like this, right? So this is quite okay for us. So we want to change it to show like this, because on the tablet mode it should be able to show something like that. Oh, one thing we forgot to do is this particular one over here, the how do you call it, the buttons over here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, let me go back over here, and we need to bring in a container and then put in some buttons over here. So I'm going to drag in a container underneath this one, and then not this one, I'm going to drag in a container underneath this one. Okay, and then inside this container we put in 2 buttons. Okay, so I'm going to just drag in one button over here, and what does the button says? It says watch. Okay, so over here we'll say watch, and this one we're gonna go ahead and you know, connect it to the post URL. Okay, just like this one is also connected to the category URL, this one also connected to the post URL. Now let's go over here and then change this one to this, you know, just set border radius to 50 like this, and then I'm going to come over here to remove all padding, you know, just try to custom padding them like this and this. Okay, now I'm going to just go ahead and duplicate this one also, and this one we call it what, view all sermons, right? So we come over here and then we say view all sermons. All right, so with this one, it's not going to be a post title, but we have to link it to the sermons page. Okay, so do we have category over here? No, we don't have. Okay, so what we will do is we'll just search for sermons, and then the page will link it to the sermons page. All right, so now that we have this done, now we can style this one also. So let's go to style over here, and then we're gonna give it a solid border radius like a 2. We'll give it this particular one also, change this one to this one. We're going to remove give a transparent background like this, and then when we go to hover also, we can give it a hover kind of thing, animation or something like that. So I'm going to give it animation over here, so it's going to be something like this, right? Let me give this one also a hover animation. Also this one, I'm going to give it a border radius of 2, so that they will also be on the same level as that one. Then hover animation also, I'm going to give it bob. All right, so now that we have this one done, we can go ahead and go to this particular one. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure that they are in the same level. Do same for this one also, make sure that they are in the same level as well. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. So I can decide to just reduce this one to like 35, or let's say 30, be on the same level. This one also just 14. Okay, and I think these ones are okay. All right, so this one we can just reduce the space between it. And let's look at this one also. All right, so this one also we can change everything over here to make it look the same as we want it. Okay, so it looks perfect, it looks great. Let's see, this one will also be like 28. All right, so everything looks great. The only thing is with this one, we can also decide to reduce this size to like 15 or 14 or 13. Okay, so let's make it 14 and make this one also 14, and change this one to inter, and change this one also to inter. And then we can go ahead and reduce this one a little bit. So instead of 30 over here, so we can make it the 15. All right, 15 at the top, 15 at the bottom. Over here we can make it 20. Okay, so yeah, this one is quite okay. So now everything looks great. We can also remove the padding from here to make it look like this. Okay, so I think everything looks fine. Also, I'm going to remove the padding from this side also. Okay, so I think everything looks fine, everything looks great. So now this is how it looks like. So the only thing is I'm going to give this one, unlink the padding, give it a top of let's say all around of 20. Okay, all around of 20, and I'm going to come over here and reduce this one a little bit. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. When I come over here also, I think I can also remove this one and give an all around of 20 also for this. Okay, when I come over here also, I also do same. Okay, so we can remove this one and then give it an all round of 20. All right, so basically everything is quite okay. We can just go ahead and publish it. Okay, so now we have a loop for our sermon. So if I go to let me go to the front end. So we can go to the front end, and then where we were supposed to place the sermon over here, I click on edit with Elementor, and then I can be able to go ahead and then use that loop item that we created for that particular sermon part. All right, so we're going to scroll down over here, and over here we can bring in our loop grid carousel over here. So we can bring in our loop carousel over here. Okay, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now it says post, it says whatever it is. Okay, but let's go to query over here. We want to query the sermons, right? We want to query the sermons, and then over here we want to just search for loop. Okay, so sermon loop over here, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, this is how it looks like. So slice to display, slice on scroll. Okay, so that is it. Number of slice you can choose over here. So let's say slice to display is 1. Okay, just 1 slide to display. So this is how it looks like over here, and let's see how it looks like over here. This is how. So because this one is what, this one is kind of like bigger, that is how it is showing this way. Okay, so the same thing applies to this one. So if I decide to change the image over here and make it that big, it's going to what, it's going to show just like that. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. So if we have 2 different sermons, it will definitely show over here as slides. Now let's go back over here. Let's go back over here, and let's see. Yeah, not over here. I'm gonna go back to the sermon side over here, sermons, and I want to change the image that I used for this particular one. So I'm gonna come over here and change the image over here. I want, yeah, this particular image. So I'm going to just add it over here. All right, so I'm going to come over here and view the image, the whole thing. So as you can see, it looks bigger now over here, but you see this one is not showing the way I want it to show. So I'm going to come over here, and over here I'm going to just remove this particular border all around, and then what I'll do is I will make sure that they're all in the middle. Okay, and then we're going to publish it. So now if I come over here, and so you see now it's showing on the same level as this one. So this is how you can be able to create that kind of loop. So if we go ahead and then let's see, if you go ahead, okay, let's go over here, go ahead, we go to sermons over here, and then we create another sermon. Okay, we can create another sermon. So let's say we want to create another sermon over here, and what are we going to call this one? So sermons over here, we say walking in God's grace. So walking in God's grace. Okay, and I'm going to use this one as the featured image, and also I will just copy some few things that I want to use. So I'm going to show all the things over here. Okay, so this is this is the sermon details. Okay, I'll copy it, come over here and then paste it over here. Now scroll down and click on these meta boxes, sermon summary. I'll copy this one, paste it over here. Speakers or speaker, I'll copy this one, paste it over here. Sermon date, so let's say it was 1st February, and then sermon duration, we want to say 1 hour, 1 hour, and then Bible verse, let's see, Ephesians 2, 8 and 9. So we're going to say Ephesians 2 verse 8 and 9, 8, 9. And then we are going to pick the YouTube thing over here and put it over here. All right, so if you have audio and all those things, you can be able to go ahead and do it. So everything is worked out. Now this one is a category that we are using. So let's see what category does this thing fall under. Spiritual, faith and spiritual growth. So I'm going to come over here and say faith and spiritual growth. Then I'll go ahead and publish it. All right, so now we have 2 different sermons to show over here. So when I refresh it, I'm supposed to see this one over here, right? So I can be able to click on it to show grace that transforms. And then this one is what? Walking in God's grace. So now let's try to do some few edits. So I'm going to refresh this one so that the changes that we did will come in it, so that we can be able to do some few editing for that particular carousel. All right, so let's scroll down to the carousel, and as you can see, we have this one, and then we also have this particular one. So let's go ahead, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this one to 1280. Okay, and once we are done, we come into the template over here, and let's go to the layout over here, and you know, you can give gap between slides if you want, but since it is just one slide, I'm going to just let it go. So the navigation over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use this particular color. Okay, and when you hover on it, I want it to be this accent color. All right, so you can choose, you know, border and all those kind of stuff, depends on you. And then let's go to pagination over here. Okay, so pagination also over here, the dots or the spaces between the dots, so that is this one over here. So the spaces, you can give a space, but I'm going to just go ahead and check the size. Okay, so I'm going to give it a 15, and then the color, I'll choose this one for it, and when you hover, it's supposed to change to this one. Okay, so this is quite okay. For the gap, I'm not going to think about it anymore. And then also for the navigation, which is the ones over here and the ones over here, let me close this one, the ones over here, right? I want to remove it. Okay, I don't want it, so I can come over here and say don't show any navigation. Okay, I don't want any navigation to show. All right, so now I'm also going to see if the loop over here, I can increase the size of this image. So I'll make sure that the image becomes bigger, okay, so that it will show all the actual size of the image. So now that we are done, we can just go ahead and publish this one and come over here and refresh the page. All right, so now this is how it looks similar to the other one. Okay, so now you can click over here and it will be able to show for you. Let's look at the layout once again, and equal height, everything. Okay. Okay, settings. Okay, so auto scroll is on. You can change this one. So let me change it to, let's say, 1000, and see how, so it goes faster, right? So I'm going to change it to 3000, and then it will be changing as and when. All right, so this is quite okay, and we have our carousel done simply as that. Now the next one is this particular event side also. So we need to create the event loop item, okay, in the just like we created the sermon loop item over here. All right, so I'm going to close this one because we are done with the sermon, and you have to go back to the other side. Okay, so I'm going to close okay, so I've closed that one also, and then let me see. So close this one also. This is the other website. I'm using this one to see which one is the other website. Okay, so this is the website that we are dealing with. So now we need to go back to Elementor, go back to theme builder. Okay, so I'm going to open it in a new tab, and I'm sure I won't close it again. So now we have one item over here, which is the sermon loop. Now we need to also create the event loop also. So the event loop is also a loop item that shows all the event loops. Okay, so all the other events, it will show it on a page or any page that you want it to show. So I'm going to just click on the loop item again, and I'm also going to click on add new. Okay, so now with the event, it's also going to be very simple. So I want to use a template which will make it faster, so I'm going to use this particular one. Okay, I'll use this. They said I should connect. I don't want to connect. I don't want to waste time, so I'm just going to create my own loop. So I'll come over here, click over here, click on this one, click on this, and then just drag in a container over here. I'll duplicate this particular one over here. I'll add my image over here. So I'll click over here, and then this is going to be the post featured image. Okay, so basically like this one, right? But I want this one. I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close this one. I want everything to be inside this one so that I can be able to manipulate this container. So I'll click on over here, and then drag in a container inside, duplicate this container. Okay, click over here, and then add the featured. See that nothing came because we haven't set done the setting of the loop item yet. So I'm going to click over here to go to the loop item settings. Over here I'll change it to event loop. Okay, and then over here I'll change the preview to event over here, and then if you want to query it, you can query it anyhow you want it, but I'm going to leave it as it is, and then click on apply and preview. Okay, so once it is done, you see the image now populate over there. I'm going to click over here, go to advanced, remove all padding, so it's going to be something like this. All right, so now that I'm done, let's look at how the event over here looks like. So we want to see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. We have the date over here, we have worship night over here, and then we also have the how do you call it, the event title, the location, okay, and all that. All right, so let's quickly create it the way we see it. So I'm going to come over here, and what I'm going to do is, let me see this one. this one have this one. Okay, so this is basically not a button, it's just a text field over here. So I'm going to come over here, and what I'll do is I'll add a text field over here, and I'll make sure that it's it goes over here. Okay, all right, so to make this whole thing work, we need to use a different strategy. Okay, so I'm going to just delete this one. Okay, I'm going to delete this one, and then what I want to do is I want to click over here and then set this one as, let's say, 400, or even 400 is too big, so let's say I want to set it like maybe 300 over here. And then inside this one is where I want to use a classic background. Okay, and with a classic background I want to set a dynamic tag for it, and that dynamic tag is what I want to use the featured image over here. And I'm going to position it center, and then I'll come to display, I'll make it cover. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Right now, also I will say no repeat, and basically we have this one over here. Okay, so now inside this one I'll also bring another container. Okay, so I'm going to bring another container over here, and this container I will make the background white. Okay, make the background white like this, right? And what I'm going to do is I'll put, I can put something in it. So I'm going to put a heading over here, and with this heading I'll use an ACF field for it. I'm going to come over here, click over here, and then I'm going to use the date, sermon date for it. Okay, so the sermon date is supposed to show over there. And then with this particular container, what I'm going to do is I'll give it an overall padding of, let's say, 15. Okay, and I'll give it the width of 32. Right, see that it's now showing over here. And then what I'll do is I'll align it this no, I'll not align this one, I'll align the main container. Okay, this main container that houses everything over here. So I'm going to go to this one. I'm going to go over here, then choose this particular one. Okay, and then I'll come here and align this one so that any items in it will be here. And I'll go over here and also give an all-round padding of 20, and as you can see, this one will be showing over here. Okay, so basically this is how this one looks like. Now I can go ahead and style this one. So I'm going to come over here and choose enter for it. Now it's not showing, but it will show, don't worry. I'll come over here and then also make it like maybe 12. Okay, 12 over here, and I think, yeah, this is quite okay. All right, so now inside this one I'll be putting everything I want to put in over. So I'm done with the top over here, and inside here I'll be putting everything I want to put inside this place. I'll put in all the things that I want to put over here. So you see that I have a button which says worship. I have this one. So I'm going to just go ahead and do so for it. So over here I'll click here, and I'll bring a button first. Okay, drag in a button over here, and then what again, I'll have prayer and worship night. Okay, so which is going to be a title. Okay, so I'll come over. So with a button, let me just do it well. So the button is going to be an archive one, so it's going to give me the archive URL, and this one is supposed to display what it's supposed to display. Let me see, it's supposed to display the event type, or whatever, the event category. Okay, so let's see if I can use the post terms over here, and I'll go over here. So I'll click over here and then choose category for it. Okay, and this is how it shows. Right, it shows the worship night, all right, but it shows it in a different form because this is what this is not supposed to show that way. So it doesn't work on a button. So what I'll do is I'll just remove this one, and then I'll add just a normal text field or heading field over here. And then I'll come over here and then use the post terms over here. Come over here, set category for it, and as you can see, it shows the worship night. So what I'll do is I can easily just edit this one, make it like a button, make it like show like a button, and it's very easy. I will just come over here, put a container inside this one, drag this one inside this one, so that it's going to be something like this. And then inside this container, I will just use this particular row horizontal, so that the button will not drag up to here, but it's going to be just here. And then over here, I'll come over here and then change this one to maybe 14. Okay, something like this. Change this one to enter. Okay, and then I will go to advanced, or let me just style this one. This one is going to be the strongest test. I'll go to advanced. I'll just give a padding of, let's say, 15, something like this, and then go to border, give a border radius of 50, so it's going to be something like this. Go to background, give a background color for it, so I'm going to have something like this to show. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and yeah, that's basically it. So as you can see, this one works perfectly fine. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll come over here and then unlink the padding, and we are good to go. So now we have this one done. The only thing is I can come over here and reduce this one to, let's say, 10. Okay, and also go over here and reduce this one to, let's say, 12. Okay, quite okay. So yeah, everything works fine. I can come over here also, and then the next one is to bring in the title and then the location, right? So I'm going to go ahead and come over here, click on this one, bring in the post title. So I'm going to drag in the post title. I want it to be inside, not this one, yeah, this one. Okay, so this is the post title. Not even this one. I want it to be this one. No, into this container, right? So let me just copy this one and right click over here and paste. Okay, so that I will just delete this one. All right, so this is how it is. So post title over here, and you can link it. This same thing also, you can link it. Okay, so if you like, you can link it to the archive URL. Okay, so it can be clickable. The same thing, you can make this one clickable by linking it to the post URL, so it can be clickable. Okay, so basically that is it. So now that I have the post title, I can also edit it. So I'm going to just use the enter. I'm going to use maybe 20, okay, or 22, depending on how you want it, and then come over here and use the strongest text over here. All right, so now that I'm done with this one, I can go over here and just drag in heading widget also over here, and this time around I'm going to just search for ACF over here. Click on this one, come over here, and then we have event location, this one. All right, so we have event location over here. Okay, so the same thing also over here. I'm going to just click on this one. I want to see if I use, oh, this one I use sermon date. Oh, okay, so event start date. Okay, This is what I want to use, event start date. Okay, so I don't know why this one refused to show, but it's supposed to show, right? Yeah, it's now showing over here. Okay, so I'm going to just change this one to this. Okay, and this one to 12. Okay, and then let's see this one also. I'm going to come over here, change this one to enter, change this one to 14. Okay, and then the next one is this event over here. That is the event summary, and then the button. So we're gonna come over here and also bring a text widget over here. So we can bring a text widget underneath this one, and then we will use dynamic tags over here. Go to ACF, click on this, choose event summary. Okay, choose event summary, and then the next one is going to be the event how do you call it, event button over here. So the button over here, we're going to come over here, also drag in a button underneath this one, and then what do we say learn more. Okay, so we're going to come over here and say learn more, and then over here we use the post URL. Okay, so this is basically it, and then we use also an arrow. We're going to use an arrow for it, or an angle. Okay, let's use an angle. Okay, so this one is quite okay, and we want to place it over here, and you can give it a spacing if you want. Let's style it. Go over here, style it the way you want, give it a border radius of 50, and you can style it anyhow you want. Over, want to give it a bob. Okay, so now as you can see, everything is working perfectly the way we want it. The only thing we haven't installed is this particular one. So let's change this one to strongest text over here. Come over here, it's also good. Okay, so this one also, I'm gonna come over here, change this one to enter, and then change this one to 16 or whatever it is. So I'm going to change it to 14, and I think it's quite okay. All what I need to do is to click over here and come over here, and then just make sure that this one I reduce the gaps in it. I come over here and change this one to strongest text also. So now as you can see, everything is looking all right. So what I want to do is I want to click over here to the main container that houses almost everything, and then come over here and then remove all the padding from it. Okay, and with this one we can give it a padding if you want. So we can give it a padding of, let's say 20. Okay, and the main container itself, this particular one, we can also remove, or just remove all kind of padding from it. So this is how it's going to be. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, give it a border, and we say we want a border radius, and then we're going to give it a border radius of 2. Give it this one, give it the strongest text, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, it looks perfect, it looks the way we want it. So all what we need to do, so let's see how it looks like. Okay, it looks perfect, it looks the way we want it. So this time around, this one over here, I'll come over here and change this one to, let's say 12. Yeah, 12 is quite okay. And I'll come over here, and then let me go over here, come over here, and then come here and give it kind of like a distance or a height. Okay, line height over here. So this is quite okay. This is how it's going to look like. Okay, so now let's look at how it will look like on a tablet. It's fine. And then on the mobile also, this is how it's going to look like. So this time around, this one also, we will change the width. Okay, we want to change the width to okay, so 45 is quite okay. Aside that, everything looks fine. Everything looks perfect. Let's change this one to maybe 20. So everything looks perfect over here, and we are done with this one. We can go ahead and also publish it. Okay, so once we publish it, we can go to our page over here and then click on edit with Elementor, and then we're going to bring the loop inside here, and then we are done with our home page. The only thing that will be left for us to do is to make sure that we do the mobile responsiveness. All right, so let's scroll down to the part that we want to work on. So this is the part that we want to work on. So we're going to click over here, and then we search for loop, and then this time around we are not bringing the loop carousel, we are bringing the loop grid. So we're going to put loop over here, the grid over here, and over here we will say event. So this is the event loop, and we want to show 3, and then we also want to show 6. No, we want to show just 3. Okay, now nothing is showing over here because the query is querying post. Okay, so we need to query event. Okay, once we query event, you see that the event will come over here, and that is what, and that is it. So we can just go ahead and publish it. All right, so now we have one event showing over here. We can decide to make it 2. Okay, 2 different events, just like we have on this event page. So I'm going to come over here and go to the layout over here, and instead of 3 columns, I'll make it 2 columns, and over here also 2 per page over here. Okay, so the columns is supposed to be 2, the items is supposed to be 2. We want equal height, and yeah, basically that is how it will look like. So let's publish it over here, and let's take a look at how it's going to look like on the front end. So we scroll down over here, and we have our event page showing over here. Okay, so this is the event over here. It seems like it's still showing 3 events instead of 2. So I want to see why it is doing that. So I'm still going to edit with Elementor to see why the loop is still showing. If the settings are correct, then we don't need to worry about. Once we create a new event, it will pick it up. Okay, so let's go over here and see. So you see it's still showing 3 instead of 2. Okay, so now we can publish it. Okay, now we can go ahead and view it. Okay, so now it is showing 2 over here. So we can even go ahead and then adjust this place to make it the 15 that we wanted. Okay, instead of 12, let's make it 15, and also adjust the yeah, I think everything is fine. Yeah, everything is fine. So if I refresh it, I'm supposed to get, yeah, so the only thing we have to do now is to make sure that we increase this one a little bit to, let's say, 14, and then let me increase this one to 18. Once we have this one to 14, make sure that this one is in the middle, Okay, it's in the middle, it's or center. We center everything, and then we publish it. And when we come over here, and yeah, so you see it looks fine over here. Okay, so now we are done with our event. You can, once you create a new event, everything will be all right for you. Okay, see that other event will come over here, and you are good to go. So we are done with the home page over here, and now all what is left for us to do is to work on the about page, the sermons, the community, events, ministries, and other stuff. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the the sermons archive page, the events page, and the ministry, and then the contact and all those things. You guys can be able to do it yourself. That will be your homework. Okay, if you have any questions, you can drop the questions in the description, and then I'll be able to answer whatever it is. With the about, it's just like you creating the how do you call it, the home page. The same thing applies to the ministries and all the other ministry single ministry pages. Okay, so I'm going to create the event and then the sermons archive page in our next tutorial. So thank you for watching. See you in the next tutorial. My name is Kobe. Bye bye. Now in this part of our tutorial, what we are going to do is we're going to create the sermons archive page, the event archive page, and then we also create the single event page and then the single sermons page. So this is how the sermons archive page looks like. Okay, so as you can see, this is a place where you display all your sermons over here. And also when you go check the event, this is how the event archive page also look like. This is how it looks like. Okay, so this is a place where you display all events. Okay, all events that you create, you have to have a place to display them. So this is how a place where you display all events. So it's very simple page. And then also this is how the single event page looks like. Okay, this is how the single event page looks like. So all these things we have to create them from scratch. We have to custom create them so that it will pull every event into the page that we create. Okay, and then if you look at the sermons archive page also, or the single sermons page, this is how it also looks like. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. So we have to create this page also. Okay, so that is exactly what we are coming to do. We are coming to create the sermons archive page, the sermons single sermon page, and then we also create the event archive page and then the single event page. Okay, that is it. So without wasting my time, let's get into it. Now I'm gonna go to the back end of the website that we are dealing with, and this is exactly the website that we are dealing with. So if you go to the sermons archive page, this is how it looks like. Okay, so it's not something that is nice for us to use, right? And if you go to the event also page, this is how it also looks like. Nothing to show proper. Okay, so we have to display the events over here. Okay, so let's just go over there, and when you click on maybe the event, you're gonna see how it displays. Okay, so this is how it's going to display. So we're gonna start with event first. Let's start with the event archive page first. So let's look at how the event archive page looks like. This is exactly how it looks like. Okay, very simple. A hero section over here with some header details over here, and then we display some events over here. So let's get into it. So we're gonna go back to our theme builder over here. So I'm going to go back to the theme builder, and then we're going to create an archive page. So we come over here, click on archive. There is no archive over here, so we click on add new, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this one. Okay, and I'm going to add a container over here, and then with this container I'm going to just give it a top padding. So I'm going to give it a top padding of 80. a bottom padding of 80 over here. And then what I'll do is I'll also give it minimum height of, let's say, 400. Okay, 400 pixel. And then I'll come to style over here, give it a background. Okay, so let's see what the background looks like. So background is like people's on stage over there, right? So I'm gonna come over here, give it a background image. Okay, so I'm gonna look for let's say we are using this one. Okay, or let's use this particular one over here. So I'm going to look for this one. You use this one over here, and then I'll give it a background overlay. So with the overlay, I'm going to choose this theme accent, and then I'll just increase the opacity, okay, to like, let's say 89 or 90 or 0.9. Okay, so this is basically it. And then let's see how this one. So inside we have Grace Rich Church, and then our event over here. So I'm gonna go straight away over here, click over here, and then what I'll do is I'll drag in something over here, and I'll just say let me just copy this whole thing over here, and then come over here, and I'll just paste this one over here, and I'll cut this one off. Okay, so it's gonna be this one, and let me just style it. So I'll put it in the middle. Just change this one to enter. Okay, and then change this one to, like, let's say 20 or maybe 30. Okay, so 30 is quite okay. And then I'll change this one to white. All right, so we have this one over here. Now I'll come over here to the main container, click on the 6 dot over here, go to layout, and I'll position everything in the center, just like that. And then over here I'll give it an 800, okay, pixel. So the width will be 800, and I'm going to duplicate this this one over here, and I'll put in the our event over here, and with this one I'll give it 65. So it's going to be something like this, right? So it looks similar to what we have over here. Okay, so basically I can also reduce this one to like 25. Okay, so something like this is quite okay. So now we have this one. Now let's go to the main container, install some of these images over here. So we're gonna put this one center. We say no repeat, and then we put it on cover. Okay, so it will be something like this. All right, so now we have our heading over here. Now let's come over here to where we display the event. So we have event over here that we're going to display. Okay, so if you like, you see the way we've displayed the event on the home page, the way we have it over here. Where is it? Here, over here. Yeah, we can go ahead and even edit this place over here. We just edit it, and then we copy that part where we display the event into the archive page. So we just don't want to style everything, we just don't want to do anything, we just copy and paste it over here, and then we change some few settings over there. So let's go ahead and then come straight over here, and then over here we can just come and copy this whole container, come over here, and we paste it over here. So it's gonna be something like this, right? So now we have our archive page. So I want to just unlink the padding over here, and then give it an 80 pixel pixel padding on the top, 80 pixel padding at the bottom. So now we have something like this that we can be able to play with. So now let's go inside this one and check the settings over here. So the columns is 2 items per page. We can increase it to like maybe 12, okay, so that there'll be more items over here. And then pagination, we can have numbers or previous or next, depending on how many the items are, okay. And then advanced options, nothing found message, you can put toggle this one on and put something over here. All right, so now I think everything is quite okay. Let's check it on the mobile side also, or the tablet, and then we go to the mobile side, so we can check everything over here. So I'm going to just give it top 40, right 20, bottom 40, left 20. Okay, so something like this, right? All right, so on the tablet I can even decide to make the columns to be maybe 1. Okay, so on a tablet the columns will be 1, so it shows properly well. Okay, so if this one is okay, we move on to the next one. Also over here everything looks fine. We just have to just reduce the sizes of these ones. Okay, so make it 47, and then also reduce this one to, like, let's say 18, right? And then go to the layout and reduce the minimum height a little bit. So this is quite okay. So now we are good to go, so we can go ahead and publish it. Now once you click on publish, it will tell you to set a display condition for this particular template. So we're going to click on add a condition, and we say, where do we want to put this archive, this template? You want to put it on event archive over here. So you see this one which says event, so we under it we say event archive, and then we save, and then that is all. So now if we come to let's see, okay, so I'm going to view this page again, and if you come to event right now, let's check event. You see now we have event like this. Okay, so now you see that this one looks bigger over here, so we can go ahead and then check why this is looking bigger. So we can go over here, go to this place, and you see that this one is full width. We don't want it to be full width, we want it to be box, and we can go ahead and say 1280 pixel. We can give it a minimum width of 1280 pixel, and then we publish it. Now let's come over here and refresh it, and we should have our complete event page done. So this is the event archive page, and this is how you can be able to create it. All right, so now that we are done with our event archive page, let's see how we can also fix our sermons archive page. So this is the sermons archive page. So we're also going to go ahead and then go to, I don't want to close this one because I'll use the heading over here. So if I'll use the hero section over here. So if I close it, I need to open it again, and so I want to go back over here, go to Elementor and click on theme builder over here. Okay, and then it will open the theme builder for me. Now I can still go to archive again. Now this is the archive that we created. Okay, so now let's give this archive a name. Okay, so we're gonna go over here and then go to archive settings over here, and then we want to say event archive. All right, so I'm going to publish this one. All right, so if I come over here and then refresh this one, I should be able to see the event archive. You see, this is the name over here. Okay, very good. So now let's go over and add a new archive page, which is the sermon archive page. Okay, so we're going to add the sermon archive page. All right, so for the sermon archive page, we're going to close this one, and also we will come over here, and like I told you, I want to copy this one, so I'll copy it, right click and copy, come over here and paste this one also over here. Okay, so I'm going to do same for this one also. I'll copy it, come over here, and then paste this one also over here. All right, so now over here, instead of our event, we're going to say sermons. Okay, so our sermons. All right, so now if you look over here and look at the sermons page, let's look at the sermons page. Okay, so it says our recent sermons. Okay, so I'm going to copy this one rather, and use it over here and say our recent sermons. All right, so this is how we're going to have it. So now we have the top one, and then we can quickly, maybe change the image over here to reflect maybe preaching or something. So I can use this pastor over here, pastor's image over here, and that is it. Now let's go into the loop over here. You remember that this loop is different, so we're going to use the the sermons loop. Okay, so we're going to use the sermons template loop. Okay, so this is how it looks like, and with this one the column will be just one. Okay, so this one. All right, so let's query it. So if you come over here and then you go to query, we're going to use the sermons. Okay, so that is it. So it's going to show all sermons over here. Okay, and if everything is okay for you, you can go ahead and then publish it. So yeah, so this is how it looks like. This is exactly how we want it to look like. Now if you go over here to it's going to look like this. If you go to the mobile side also, it's going to be looking like this. Okay, so we can just reduce this one a little bit. So instead of 47, we can say maybe 35. Okay, so this is quite okay, and we can publish it. Now once you are publishing it, it will give you the display condition just like the other one, and then we can set a condition for it. Instead of all archive, we say sermons archive over here, and then we save and then we close. Now we are done with the sermons also. So once we refresh the sermon, this is how we're going to get. Okay, so this is our sermons archive page, and everything looks fine. Everything looks the way we want it. All right, so now we've created the sermons archive page. We've also created the events archive page. Okay, so what we need now is the single event page and then a single sermon page. So if I click over here to learn more, what does it do? It gives me what? It gives me this page over here, which is not a good page for me. So I want to create the single event page, and this is how the single event page looks like. Okay, this is how the single event page looks like. So as you can see over here, this is how the single event page looks like. So we're going to create this page as simple as ABC. So let's go back over here, and then we're going to click. Okay, so let me close this one so I can focus on some few things. So I'm going to come over here, click on theme builder over here. Okay, and then we're going to create a single post. So this is what we want to create, a single post. Okay, so the first single post we're going to create is the event single post. Okay, the event single post. All right, so once we are over here, I'll close this one. Okay, and let's look at how this event single post looks like. So we have the hero section over here, which is just the image of the event. Okay, event featured image, and then we have this section over here. Okay, and then we also have this is a 2-column section. We have this one and this one with the button, and then we have these 2-column sections over here, and then we have related event. So we're gonna go over here, and then yeah, I'm gonna click over here, and then first of all I would pick a container like this, and I'll give it let's say 400. Okay, to showcase everything over here. And then inside this container, I'll click on style, and then click on background type, and then over here I'll choose the dynamic tag. Okay, and then I'll set the featured image over here. Okay, so because I want to get the featured image. Now it's not displaying because we haven't set some settings yet. So I'm going to click on single post settings over here, and this one I'll say event single event. For the name, single event, single event page. Okay, and then the preview settings, that is where I want. So I'm going to choose event over here, and it will apply to all events. So I will click on apply and preview, and let's see if it will bring yeah. So as you can see, we have this one over here. Okay, so let's go over here and come over here, and then just do some settings. Let's make it center. We use it at default, no repeat, and then we say cover. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so yeah, I think this one is quite okay. Now we can go to advanced, and then we can set some few. Good, the top should be 40, bottom also should be 40. Okay, so basically we are done over here. All right, so now let's go to the next side, which is going to be like this over here. Now this one also inside here, inside here, I'm going to give it a background. Okay, so with the background, I'll set this background for it, and as you can see over here, we have yeah, this particular blue black background over here. Okay, now inside here we have two different containers. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, and I'm going to add two different containers. So I'll scroll down, add one container over here, and duplicate this one, and then I'll come over here, and what I'll do is I'll go to its layout and change the the direction to row horizontal. Now this is how it's going to be like. Okay, this is how it's going to be like. But if you look at this one, it looks exactly like this. So we have the this particular heading over here, that is the post title, a little bit description, that is the summary, and then we have shared event. So I'm going to come over here and change this. Okay, I'm going to change this one. The background, I will choose this background over here. Inside here, okay, so let's come over here, and I'll go to its padding and give it maybe an all-round padding of 40. Okay, and then I'll come over here, and then let's say inside here I'll bring, let's say, a post title over here. Okay, I'll bring a post title over here, and then the link, I'll link it to a post URL. Okay, so I'll go to style over here, or it is of no use because this is the post itself. So I'll go to style over here and change this one to, let's say, Inter or Playfair, whatever it is. I'll make it like a 55. I'll give it like this. Change this one to this color over here, and we are good to go. So we have this one over here. Now let's look at, we have how do you call it, we have two different separators. Okay, so we have this one and this one, and inside this one we have this one. So we're gonna bring our separator. So I'll come over here and I'll divider. Okay, so I'm gonna use a divider over here. Okay, and I'll choose this as the divider, and for now I'll leave it as it is, but I'll come again and then bring a text editor underneath this divider. Also I'll center it, change this one to the strongest text over here, and change this one to Inter. Okay, change this one to Inter, make this one 17, or let's say 18. Okay, let me make it 17, right? Make it 17, and then what I'll do again, what do I do again? Yeah, I can duplicate this separator over here and drag it beneath here. So it's gonna be something like this, right? So over here we can reduce the gap. Over here also we can go ahead and remove the gap over here, and with this one also we can go ahead and also remove the margin, give it a top margin like this, and also a bottom margin, negative bottom margin like this. So it's gonna be something like this. Now I can still come over here, and instead of 50 and 40, I can make it like a 50. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. So we have this one over here. Now the next one is the share event, right? So I'll also come over here, and what I'll do is I'll just come over here and then pick this heading, put it over here. Oh, sorry, put it over here. Okay, I want this divider to be up. Okay, so I'll put this one over here, and I'll say share event. Okay, and I'm going to put the share event in the middle like this. Change this one to enter, and then give it like maybe 30. Okay, and then come over here, change this one to this text over here, and then I'm going to bring social or share. Okay, so I'm going to bring the share buttons over here, and underneath is going to come over here, and you can position it any how you want it. Okay, so just like that, we are good to go. I'll center it over here, and as you can see, we have set up this one. Now if you look at this one pushes up a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna do so we will click over here, and we give it a negative margin of, let's say, an 80, right? So let's give it a negative margin of, let's say, 120. Okay, and then this particular one over here, we can set the height for it. So let's increase the height a little bit, so like maybe okay, so I'm going to just leave it as it is. So I'm not going to give it any height, but once we start dealing with it, the height will come itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here, go to advanced, and unlink the padding, give a padding of 480 over here, and give a bottom padding of 80 also over here. So this is how it's going to be. And then over here also, I'll just reduce increase it. This one is negative 120. I'll give it negative 160. So it's going to be something like this. All right, so once we are done over here, we can start designing the other one. So over here also, I'm going to give it an all-round padding of, let's say, 40. Okay, all-round padding of 40. And then over here, let's look at how this one. So this one have the event title, the event details over here. So this is event details. Okay, and these ones are all single things that we can put in. So what I did was I clicked over here and then drag in a container. Okay, so I dragged in a container, duplicate the container 2 times. Okay, here I placed in let me just duplicate this one and drag this one over here. Okay, and then I'll paste in the event details, and I'll come over here, put it over here, change this one to white. Okay, so as you can see, this is event details over here, just like we have for this one. So the only thing I'll do is I'll just reduce the size a little bit to like maybe 25. Okay, so basically it's now inside this one also we will have some other details. So we have the date, we have the time, we have location, right? We have date, time, and then location. So what we are going to do is it's also work the way we are working. So over here, I'm going to just click on this one, and then I will drag in a container inside. Okay, and then inside this container, I will just copy this one, paste it over here. Okay, paste it over here, and this is going to be the date. Okay, so it's going to be the date. I'm going to just put date over here, right? And I'll just reduce the size. So I'm going to make it like an 18. So date. So this is the date, right? Date. Now this container, I'll make it row horizontal so that I can put another thing over here. So I'll duplicate this one also, and then over here I'll remove whatever it is in it, and I'll click on this dynamic tag. Okay, so let's see what is over there. The date of the event date. So I'll click over here and go to ACF, click on the settings icon, and then we're gonna go event date, event start date. Okay, so that is what we will use, event start date. All right, so now we've done the event start date. Let's go over here and then do some few settings. So instead of 600, I'm going to reduce it to 400, and if you like, you can reduce the everything over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go over here and then unlink the padding all around it. Okay, and then I'll also duplicate this one. So I'm going to duplicate this one also. Okay, so now this is also, this is, you're not seeing it, but the moment you refresh it, you're gonna see the changes. Okay, so this is also going to be what is going to be time. Okay, so time, right? So let me just copy this one and come over here and just put in time over here. Okay, and this one is going to be event time. Okay, event time. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this one also, and this is going to be location. Okay, location. So I'm going to come over here, click on this one, change this one to location, and this one will come over here, change this one also to location. Okay, so now we have this one all set up. So event details and all that, we've set it up. All right, so I'm going to click over here, go to this place, and then remove the padding and make it like 5 or 0. Okay, do same for this one also. Remove the gaps over here, make it like a 5. Okay, or let me make it like a 10. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, as you can see. So this one you can remove the padding also, and this one also you can remove the padding also. Okay, so yeah, so we have this one. Now don't worry about why it's not showing and all those things. Okay, we can go ahead and then just refresh the page and everything will be all right. But let's just maintain the what we have over here. Now if you go over here also, we have a button over here. Okay, so we can bring the button also inside this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to just duplicate this container also, duplicate and this time around I'm going to remove everything from this container. I'm going to remove everything inside this container. So I'll delete everything from this container and I'll put a button inside it. So I'm going to drag a button inside this one. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and I'll click over here. So over here I'll say maybe register. Okay, so register now. So register now, and then the link is going to be the ACF link, which is going to be the event registration link over here. Okay, remember we have event registration link, so that is going to be our link, and then if somebody clicks on it, it's going to have effect over there. So we're going to come over here and then let's just remove all border radius, come over here and use this particular color. Want to choose the color here, this green color over here, and we can set up whatever thing that we want to set up. So I'm going to change this one to Inter. I'm going to change this one to 18. Okay, and I'll just give a top and bottom padding. I'll give a top padding of 10. Okay, so this is quite okay, so that there will be a little bit of space. Now if I come over here, I can also come here and then give it a hover color also. So with the hover, I'll say the color should be this one, and then the hover animation should be bob. All right, so once we are done, I think we are okay. Now for now, I want to go ahead and do the next one, which is the ones that is over here, the event description, the speakers, and then this one. Then we do the event, related event, and then we are done. So let's go ahead and fix that one. Alright guys, so let's quickly go down over here and start creating the next section over here. Now like I told you, do not worry too much about this place. Now once we refresh it, everything will come back to life. But I don't want to publish now. They will let me to set conditions and all those things. That's why I'm leaving it now. And then I'll come over here and we're gonna fix the next one. So this is the next section over here, also very simple to do. So I'm gonna come over here and pick this section over here. Now I'll come over here and then set this one as 1280, sorry. Go to advanced, unlink the padding over here, and then give it an 80 pixel, give it an 80 pixel bottom. Come over here and also add 2 different containers in it. I'm going to duplicate this one and then click on this one and then go to its layout, set the direction to row horizontal to be 2, just like this. Now the left section is going to be the event description. Okay, so I'll copy this one, come over here, click on this one, and what I'll do is let me just even duplicate this one and then drag this one into this one, and then over here I'll say event description. Okay, so just like that, and then I'll go to here and then put it over here like this, right? I can decide to also increase this one to like 35. Okay, and then the same thing applies to here. I'll duplicate this one and then I'm going to drag this divider underneath this one. So it's going to be something like this, right? And with this one also, I think this one we did not set it up. Okay, so that is a mistake I did. With this one we can click over here and then use dynamic tag over here. So we come over here and then go to ACF over here, click here, event summary. So this is going to be the event summary. Okay, so it's going to be the event summary over here. So I'm going to also copy this one, come over here and paste it over here. Oh, let me undo this one. I wanted to copy this, come over here and then paste it over here. Okay, yeah, so this one is what I need, and then I'll close this one so I can have this one, and then I'll come over here and then unlink this one. Now with this one is going to be event description, right? So I'm going to come over here, click here, and then go to ACF, and then event description. We don't have event description over here. So what we are going to do is we're going to close this one. This is of no use. So we come over here and we click on post content. Okay, so we post content is what we need. Post content over here is what we need. So I'll just delete this one and use the post content. Okay, so I'm gonna just style it a little bit. So I'll use the strongest text over here to style it. Go to this one, change this one to Inter. Okay, come over here, change this one to 18 or maybe 17, depending on how you want it. Right now, what again do we have? Okay, we have speakers. Okay, we have speakers. So we have the event speakers. So I'm going to copy this one also. Come over here, and with this one I'll also duplicate this one. I'll duplicate this one and then just drag this one over here, and then I'll paste in the event speakers over here, and I'm going to reduce the I'm going to reduce this one to like 25. Okay, 25, the size to like 25. And then with the speakers we have this icon list over here. So I'm going to just copy the I click on the plus icon and say icon, and I'm going to use the icon box. Okay, so I'm going to use the icon box. What I'll do is I'll delete this one from here, and then the heading, I'm going to just come over here, click on ACF, come over here, and then see if I'll have event speakers over here. So event speakers is what I'll use. I'm going to click on this one and then search for user. Okay, I'm going to just use this particular user over here. Come here, set this one as this, align this way, put it in the middle like this. Okay, and go to icon, change this one to what you want. I'm going to change this one to let me see. Yeah, so I'm going to change this one to something like this one. Okay, so I want to pick this color because it's not making me see the color over there. So I'm going to pick this color and then come over here, change the icon color like this, right? And then the icon size, I can make it like 15 or maybe 25. Okay, or maybe 30. Okay, so 30 is quite okay. The content also over here, I can change this one to the strongest text, and then change the typography, okay, to maybe enter. Okay, and then change this one to 17. Right, the same thing applies to this one. Can change this one to enter 17. Yeah, so basically I think this is quite okay. Now let's look at the next one. We have the same register button. So we're gonna come over here, and then what we'll do is we just copy this one, and then we're gonna bring it over here and paste it here. All right, so that is it. Now over here we'll add our map over here. So what we are going to do is we're going to search for map. Okay, drag the map over here, and then over here we'll go for ACF over here. So the map has what ACF number or location or field number or whatever it is, so you can just put it in over here. Let me see, ACF field. Let's go over here, and we have location over here. Okay, so we can put in our location also over here. So what I will do is I'll click on this one, make sure that this one is positioned in the middle like this. Okay, now the next step is to add the related event. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to copy this one, click on this one, choose this one, and then I'm going to paste this one over here, and I'll do same for this one also, and then paste this one over here. Now I'll put this one in the middle, and then this also I'm going to reduce the size a little bit and put it in the middle. So this one is going to be related event. So I'll paste it. Oh shit, sorry. All right guys, so I'm going to just add related event. So I'm going to just copy this one, come over here and then paste it inside this one, and I'll say related event. So I'm going to just say 45 related event, and then over here what I'll do is I'll bring in you know, a container, bring in a container inside this one, and then inside this container I'm going to bring in the loop. Okay, so I'll just look for the loop grid. Okay, put it over here, and what I'll do is I'll search for the loop item, which is the event loop, and this one I'm just going to say maybe 1 or 2. Okay, so let's just make it like a 2 event. And okay, so I'm just going to make it just 1. Okay, so just 1. You can even make it carousel, group carousel, grid loop carousel, sorry. So I'm just going to show just 1, just going to show just 1 over here. So I'll click on this one and then just reduce this one a little bit. I'll click on this and then place everything in the middle. Okay, and then let me just click on the loop over here, and I'm going to go to query, and I'll query event. Okay, I'll query event, and the event is going to be here. The event is going to be here. So with this one I can even make it like an 80. Okay, just this one, right? So now as you can see, we have a related event over here and everything is working fine. So I'm going to just give a top of 80, bottom of 80 also over here, and now we are good to go. So now that we've done this, we can go ahead and publish this one. But before you publish this, make sure you set you know, you make sure that everything that you've done, it will be mobile responsive and other stuff. Okay, so responsiveness is very, very important. I don't have my time, so I don't want to go ahead because I've been showing you how the responsiveness and all those things are done. Just click on this one, adjust the settings the way you want it. Okay, adjust the size and everything. Click on this one, do same, also adjust the size and everything, and you are good to go. Okay, I don't want to I've wasted a lot of you know, time over here, so I don't want the video to be too much. All right, so I'm going to publish this one and set a condition for it. So I'm going to just choose event. Okay, so the condition will be event, and then all, is it all event or single, like, you know, you just want to capture one, we say all. Okay, and then we say save and close. All right, so now let's go to this event. Okay, and just refresh it, and now guys, as you can see, everything is now showing over here. Okay, so all the things that did not come is now showing over here. So we can adjust this height and all those things a little bit. So we can come over here. Okay, with this one we can, you know, adjust the height to like maybe 400. Okay, 400 pixel. So let's go over here. This is the height right now. Let's go over here and adjust the size. So as you can see, now it is what, it is taking shape. We can go again and adjust it to, let's say, 600. Want it to be, you know, want it to be like a little bit taller. It should have height. Okay, so now as you can see, this one is, you know, it's well, it has taken shape now. So since everything is now, you know, working properly fine, then we are good to go. We are done with the event. Like I said, make sure you make it mobile responsive. Okay, so we are done with the event. We have the single event page, we have the event you know, archive also page. Okay, so now everything looks fine. Now let's go to the other page, which is the I'm going to click on this one, the other page, which is the single sermon page. Okay, the single sermon page. So we're going to go to single post over here, and we have single event. So we click on this one to add another page, for another post page for the sermon. Okay, now how does the sermon page looks like? This is how it looks like. Single sermon page looks like this. It looks like this. Very, very simple, right? Just, have this one, you have these things over here, and then you have video, and then you have share, and then you are good to go. Okay, so that is what the single sermon page. Now over here, I'm going to just close this one, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, and then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this one, come over here and paste it over here. So I just want to copy some of the things in the event side. Okay, I'll copy this one also. I'll copy this one also, copy it, come over here, and then paste it also over here. Okay, so just to make our work so easy. Okay, so now over here, what I'll do is I'll click on this one, go to style over here, and this is featured image, right? Let's look at the event featured image. So you have this one with the featured image with the title over here, and then this one. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, and we will go first to this place. Okay, and then change this one to sermon, right? Sermon. Oh no, yes, sermon single sermon post. Okay, so single sermon. Okay, so that is it. Now I also go over here and click on this one and choose sermon over here, click on apply. All right, so as you can see, this is a single sermon over here. So this particular one over here that we give how do you call it, a padding and all that, not this one that we give not a padding, but we give, let me go over here, click over here, this one that we give how do you call it, a margin. Okay, I'm going to remove that margin. Okay, I remove that margin, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just duplicate this one, and I'll delete. Let's see, yeah, so I'm going to delete this one because I won't need it. And okay, so this one I'm going to put it on top of this one. Okay, and I'm going to delete this ones also. I'm going to delete this ones also. All right, let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so you have something like this, right? So I'll go over here and come here, and then just remove this one and remove this one. So we have something like this. Okay, so once we have something like this, let's click over here. So I want to bring this over here, so this one will go down. Yes, all right. So also I will delete this. Okay, and I'll also delete everything inside here. All right, so now we only have this one, which we are going to use for these things over here. Okay, we're going to use for these things over here. So what we are going to do is we're going to go over here, and then we copy this one, come over here, and we paste it over here. Okay, we're going to paste it over here. So this particular, we're going to make it like this, so that it's going to be something like this. So over here, we have the, we want to click here, and instead of choosing event, we will say sermon speaker over here. Okay, because that is the speaker for the sermon. So this particular reverend, whatever it is, will come over here, and then we can go ahead and then also do it. But I still want to delete, I still want to go over here and delete this one. Okay, the reason why is I want to put something different over here. So I'll search for icon list over here and put it over here. Okay, now let me just go over here and remove this one. So it's going to be something like this, and click on the list over here, and I'm going to make it this way, and then go over here and put everything in the middle like this. So it's going to be something like this. Come over here, and then I'm going to set everything one after the other. So this is going to be the pastor, so I'm going to use a user over here, a user with a tie or something, somebody wearing let's have it. Okay, so I'm going to just use this one over here, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to ACF over here, choose the settings over here, and I'll say sermon speaker will be here. Okay, so sermon speaker will be there. I'll go to style, I'll go to icon, I'll choose the color for the icon. Okay, and then just increase the icon a little bit, so like maybe 25. Yeah, 25 is quite okay. The text also, come over here, choose inter, we change this one to 16. Okay, and then we come over here, we change it to white. All right, so this is how it's going to be. So we have one set up. Now we're going to go to the next one over here, and what do we have over here? We have the minutes, and then we also have the category. Okay, so we're going to come over here, and then click on this one, go over here, the ACF, we click on it, we choose what we have, so duration over here, then we choose this one, and then we look for clock. We're going to choose this one. Okay, and we are done over here. We come over here, and then we choose this one, folder or something. So let's look for folder. I'm going to choose this one, close it, come over here, and then we are looking for post terms. So the post terms over here, we click over here, and the terms we want to say category. Okay, so it's going to be category. So now this one is also done. Everything is quite okay. All right, so now let's quickly go ahead, and then over here also I want to just say maybe remove something from all around, give here 2, 20, give here 20. Okay, so now what else do we have to do? We have to do this sermon content, and then the video. Okay, so let's come over here and click on this one, choose a container for it, come to this the advance of it, give it a top padding of 80, bottom padding of 80, and then over here we will say what sermon outline, okay, or sermon description or whatever it is. But if you look at the other sermon also, it doesn't say outline. Let's look at what it says. Okay, so it doesn't say anything. It means that there is nothing over there. Okay, so all what we need to do is to come and then put in the post content over here, and that is it. So we come over here and then we give it the strongest text. We come over here, we change this one to inter. We come over here, we change this one to maybe 17, and we are good to go. Now the next one for us to do is basically what I was supposed to do was to just put in a container inside here, duplicate the container to be 2, and then drag this one inside this one, and then over here we put in what do you call it, a video into it. So we're going to put in a video over here, and then we'll click over here and we go to ACF URL field. Okay, we click over here and then we choose the sermon video URL, right? The sermon video URL that we used, and we place it over here. Okay, so now it will be done. Now next one for us is to do the related okay, so for us to do the watch more sermon. So I'm going to come over here, and then what I'll do is I'll copy this whole thing, come over here, and then paste it over here, right? So once I'm over here, I'll say watch more sermons, right? So I'll just copy this one, come over here, this one, and then paste it over here, watch more sermons. And then over here, which is the loop, okay, which is the loop, so we're going to change it to a different loop. So we're going to change it to the sermon loop over here. So as you can see, this is going to be our sermon loop, and we can go ahead and increase the size and everything of it. So let's say I want to make it 100% over here. So, and then I can just go ahead over here. So this is the loop, and query it to include the sermon. Okay, so now we have a sermon loop done. So I think everything is done. The only thing we have to do is to set this one well. So over here, I'm going to come over here and then put everything in the middle. This one also, I'm going to come over here and change this one to white. Okay, and then with this one, I'm also going to go to style and give it a overlay. And with the overlay, we're going to use the theme over here and set it to 75 or maybe 65. Let's say 65. All right, so this is quite okay. And then we can come over here and even make it like a 500. Okay, so this is quite okay. And with this one, it's too big, so I can come over here and remove this one, make it like a 2 or something. Let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so this one doesn't really have anything. Okay, so we can just, let me see this one also. Oh, okay, so this one have that kind of, yep. Okay, so this one looks good, this one looks okay. So we can go ahead and publish it, and then we set a condition for it. We set it to sermons over here, and then we click save and close. Now let's go ahead and see our sermons, see our sermons, and then click to see. Yes, so as you can see, it looks good over here, and we are good to go. So now we have our single sermon page also done. We have all the other pages done. So we have events page done, we have sermons page done. So all the ones that you need to customize it, we've been able to do all of them, and then we are good to go. So this brings us to the end of this particular video. Now I want you guys to go on and then do the mobile responsive for the home page, do the do the about page, do the ministries page. Okay, if you look at all those pages, they are not anything that you cannot do. This is how the about page looks like. At this stage that we are, you should be able to do the about page. This is how the about page looks like. It looks very simple. Okay, and this is how the ministries page also looks like. It also looks very simple, right? You just copy the whole thing from the home page, and then just do some few editing over here, and you add this particular one which is from the home page to this page, and that is all. Okay, and then the single ministries page also, it's also not anything which is so difficult. With this one, it is just one template which you just be changing things in it. Okay, and that is it. So thank you for watching, guys. Thank you for watching this video. Like I told you, if you want this whole template, you can be able to get it from templateseller.com. Okay, templateseller.com. I'll leave the link in the description for you guys, and then you can go over there to get the template. The template is there. It is this particular first template over here, Grace Church template. So just go ahead and then get a template for yourself. Thank you for watching. My name is Kobe. See you in the next video, and this is Kaetech Digital. Bye bye.